Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Yeah, Dan's gonna sleep on a pullout
with Tuttle
and
oh yeah,
that would be content.
But that's the only way Dan can go.
Is if it's top bunk or you want him on bottom bunk?
I want Dan on top bunk. I want Dan on top bunk. I want Colton underneath Dan and Tuttle on the pullout Willie.
Oh boy,
that's exactly how I want it.
Wouldn't it make you feel better, though, Bubba, if a doctor was in the house for the weekend?
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
So let's tell Dan, you're invited.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome, everybody. I'm running a little bit late. Dan, it seems like you might have been like maybe a minute late.
I hit every light on the way in. It was one of those like unlucky mornings. You know, some mornings you get every light's green. Every light I missed by like 5 seconds.
Me and Seth were like contemplating. We're like, man, it's 50. It's 58. And he's not here. He's usually rolling in at 54, 55.
I went out to the parking lot and I was about to call Dr. Dan, and then I hear this roar of the engine flying down the street.
Yeah, you can hear that from a few blocks away, so that's the signal.
I'm glad you're not afraid to call Dr. Dan because you're afraid to call me. There's a story behind this. Seth really had to step in. Seth talked to me privately, and he's like, listen, you can't have your executive producer be afraid ever to contact you, ever. Like, he is like, your chief of staff. Lummy, yesterday, I'm off work. Like, I don't know if I'm sitting in my chair or not.
I think you went right up. I don't know where you went yesterday.
I think I went upstairs because the merch crick was up there.
Yeah, we just got some of the boxes in.
Right. She texted me and said, man, I'm slammed with tactical bag orders because everybody knows the price is going up today. So on those days, I'll actually let me help her, she does all the inputting of the information and calculation of shipping and printing of the label, but I'm literally like her jobber, where I'm grabbing the tactical bag, I'm finding the right envelope that it goes into, I'm filling the person's order. Maybe they got an air freshener, maybe they got some other, I always throw a couple bumper stickers in there for free. So I'll give her the envelope that's been, this order has been filled, and I'll hand her the paperwork. So sometimes, because otherwise, if we get 60, 70 orders in a day, poor thing's there till 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But if I go up there and spend an hour with her, then we can get it all done, right?
Yes.
So that's where I was. I wasn't anywhere, so supposedly Seth, I should throw it over to you because Lummy had a legitimate question to ask me yesterday.
Well, can I also, after Seth talks, like just kind of give you my reasoning and why?
Well, of course you can.
Okay.
Well, Lummy, you're not in some third world country tribunal where you can't talk. Like, I mean,
You're not Brittany Griner in Russia.
That's the point I think Seth's making.
Yeah, I mean, like
I have a reason.
Lummy, like you're not in a third country tribunal where you don't have a say so and like you have every right to speak at any time, my friend.
Well,
by the way, we're in the in case you haven't noticed, you're the executive producer.
I know.
Of a business that's built around speaking.
I know. What I was saying is that once Seth talks, I would just hope to try to be able to explain.
You can have yes, of course
Okay.
you can have a rebuttal.
Okay.
So Seth, take it over. It's right after the show.
Yeah,
Boom.
right after the show, you walked out. Lummy came in and was like, "Oh man, is Bubba here?" And I go, "Oh, he just walked out." And then Lummy looked a little perplexed. He started like wiping his forehead and stuff. And I was like, "What's going on?" And he goes, "I gotta ask Bubba for some cash for I got to get reimbursed for the pawn stuff." And I was like, okay. I was like, yeah, why don't you text me? He's like, I don't want to bother him. He's like, what if he's in the chair? I was like, what's the big deal? I was like, do you want me to text him? He's like, I don't know, man. He's like, I hate asking about that stuff. Maybe I'll just ask him tomorrow. And I said, dude, if it's $93, I was like, Bubba will send it to you.
Absolutely.
I was like, he sent me $100 today. I was like, he'll just send it right over. No big deal.
Seth, listen, here's how cool, and Rhett will attest to it too. I didn't get payroll. I have to have payroll, the numbers of payroll in by noon on Monday in order for it to direct deposit the right. Well, I messed up last week, and Rhett had a little bonus, and Seth had a little bonus, and I didn't get that information into the payroll company till like 4 o'clock on Monday. They're like, well, listen, we can't. That's too late. It's not going to be on their paycheck. Or we can hold their paycheck and it'll be available. Their paycheck will be available on Friday with the bonus, but they're not going to get their paycheck on, Wednesday night or Thursday morning like normal because we have to redo payroll with these two bonuses. I'm like, you know what? I'll tell you what. Just let their paycheck stay the same, the normal amount, so they get it at the same time, and I'll just give them $100. Right? Whatever. Big deal. Then and so Lummy, I'm very reasonable.
Yes.
Rhett, I think you've since made that number, but as of noon on Tuesday, you hadn't hit your number.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? Listen, buddy, you're within like 40. You're going to hit it in the next day or two. Here, buddy, no big deal. So, Lummy, like, come on. And you know what, Lummy? I think you witnessed both of those examples.
Yes, but here's my rebuttal. Well, one, which you're a totally different person, but I still am from the old school mentality of do not bother Bubba.
Right. So I do like that you do know how much of a prick and how much and how unapproachable I used to be.
Yes.
I do appreciate that, but we have to get you.
But you are different. But here's my other one. You have said, and I respect it, when you are done with the show, you need at least an hour of, once you leave the studio and you kind of go do whatever you're going to do, you need like an hour of decompressing. So when you were still here...
But hold on. I want you to understand. You're right. But anybody can text me anything during that time because I always have my phone on silent. And, if I'm in my chair, I'll just put it face down.
Does it vibrate on silent?
No, I take the vibration and the silence off.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So completely silent.
I did not know that. I
do not have it on vibrate.
Okay.
I do not have it on silent. I just have it on like...
Lummy thought your phone physically assaults you if he texts you after 10 a.m.
Right.
Exactly.
And so, Lummy, you need to understand. You need to quit being afraid of me. And you and I need to communicate better, and you need to stop, thinking that... In fact, let me read the exchange, okay? This should just show you. So, Lummy, you saw that... I kind of did something. I'm not trying to put myself over, but I kind of took care of Rhett and Seth last week on a money deal. I was cool about a money deal.
Of course.
Probably went way up and beyond what most bosses would do. I don't know, but anyway, I was cool about it.
You were.
And then, so here's the exchange. Hey, Bubba, I was going to ask if it would be okay. This is at 10:15. If it would be okay to get the goats their medicine, and I need fish food and a little bit of hay. That's at exactly 10:15. at 10:15. Still at 10:15.
Yeah.
So he must have got me early, like at 10:15, like 2 seconds. Still at 10:15. It's still 10. So within a minute, I said, "Yeah, tell me how much, and I'll reimburse you ASAP." I mean, can I get? I mean, like, let me.
Here's the thing, Bubba. I know the internal struggle because I have it with every single thing in my day, and it's exhausting. And I saw Lummy's internal struggle, and that he probably has more times than not where he's figuring out, like, should he reach out to you? Is it the right thing? And I was trying to push him to do it because I knew that it wasn't that big of a deal. But he needs to be freed from that internal struggle. He needs to be freed from the shackles of being afraid of you, Bubba.
Yeah, Lummy, you do. You really do.
But Bubba, see, my thinking was, and this is my thinking. You guys were talking about.
You know what?
Orlando.
Hold on. I hate to interrupt you, but Dan, you might want to listen up because I'm sure your employees feel the same way.
Sometimes.
I mean, Dan, you might want to take some notes here because
I'm paying attention.
I'm sure some of your most important, like Jennifer, I'm sure there's times where she's like, you know what? I really need Dan's answer here, but I just know he's had a tough day or he's in surgery or, he's just whatever. And she's reluctant to maybe potentially ask you a question that, she doesn't know the answer to.
But she will text me like anytime, day or night.
Hold on.
I mean, she's past that. She'll hesitate and try to be a little considerate if possible. Like she knows, like I just put my head down yesterday. But she will text me. Like she'll text me at 9:30 about like a friend with a neck. You know.
But hold on. We have to realize we're dealing with two different people here. Jen is for a woman is alpha. Am I not right?
Yeah.
She's
definitely.
She's the office boss.
Right.
She doesn't put up with any crap.
Nope.
And she's probably got a bigger set of balls than Lummy does.
Well,
yes.
Figuratively speaking.
Yeah, not physically.
I mean, no, physically she's.
I would imagine.
No. Honest to God, physically she's attractive. She's for being in her younger 40s. She's really attractive. Didn't you get her from that plastic surgeon guy that had that aviation accident?
Yes,
that's
Greenwald.
who she worked with.
Yeah, he's the guy that flew that plane. They put the wrong gas in.
Right. So that's when you and I and what's the guy's name? Halpern were going to Fort Walton Beach. Halpern, do you remember how stiff he was?
Yeah.
We were walking to the plane and he's talking to the ground support at the airport. And he goes, "Did you guys fuel my plane up?" I goes, "Yes, sir." He goes, "Who did it? You or some, jobber intern that has no experience?" And he goes, "I personally did it, Mr. Halpern." He goes, "Good." And then they have this little test tube that most of the fuel in a plane is a lot of it's held in its wings.
Right.
That's where most of the fuel tanks are in the wings. And so underneath the wing, they got like this one-way valve where if you hit it up, gas will come out and you can get a kind of a sample of your gas. And you got this little, this test tube kind of deal that shows you how much that's calibrated or something like that shows you, what's your, if any water got in your tank, it would expose that.
And the color. Aren't the fuels all different colors?
Well, hold on. It actually tells you whether you got, 100 low lead or you got jet fuel.
Right.
It shows you if your fuel is correct. And so a lot of pilots will shortcut it and not check both of their tanks. And it takes an extra 5 minutes for you to do it, for you to maybe 3.
It doesn't seem like it takes long.
No, you have to go under each wing and just put this little thing up
and push the button
to this valve, and the gas comes down in there, and then you visually look at the test tube, and it tells you whether you got the right gas or not. So Halpern goes, "Did you put it in, or did just some regular guy?" He goes, "Nope, I put it in, 100 low lead." So Halpern goes, "Okay." As soon as we get to the plane, Halpern gets out his little briefcase, gets his test tube, tests both wings. He goes, "Okay, appreciate it." But he was stiff about it because there was a famous plastic surgeon that was traveling, and oddly enough, it was in Kokomo, Indiana.
Yep.
And he must have had some Indiana. He must have been an ass-kicking Hoosier like me.
No, he was flying the plane back for someone else. He was doing somebody a favor.
He was ferrying a plane.
Yep.
So somebody had bought a plane, wherever, and probably Kokomo, and he probably flew to Indy commercially. and then drove up to Kokomo, was going to grab the plane and fly it back to Tampa, ferrying a plane for somebody who just purchased this as a favor.
Right.
And
because he knew how to fly that plane, which is apparently a very difficult plane to fly. I don't remember the type of plane it was.
I think it was a Mooney. I think it was a Mooney, and it's called the Doctor. It actually, I think, is called the Doctor Killer.
Is it twin engine?
No, it's single.
No, I think really. I thought he went into a twin engine one, and both engines failed simultaneously.
Well, look, but I thought it was a single.
Dr. Daniel Greenwald?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Hold on, I can't wait to face Dan here. I think it was a single, but if it was a double,
I think it was one of the harder doubles to fly, not the hard. I know the single that you're talking about.
Or maybe a King Air.
It was a King Air or Seneca. Those things ring a bell.
King Airs are heavy, and I mean they're a load full. What kind of aircraft?
I'm looking for it now.
Did Greenwald die in?
I'm reading the story. I'm sorry. It's telling me about the fuel and keeps going on about the fuel.
Yeah, it was a mistake on fuel, and so it's a catastrophic mistake because you put the wrong fuel in a plane and the engines fail simultaneously.
So here's the deal: if the person that's fueling your plane is incompetent, and you need 100 low lead, which is what most prop planes, non-jet motors, pretty much all airplanes that are prop use 100 low lead. It's called aviation fuel. And you can actually run it in your car. It's really got a lot of octane. It's pretty bad.
Piper Aerostar 602P.
That's a single engine.
That is.
I mean, why don't you go ahead and type in a Piper Aerostar Yippee-yo, whatever it is, and then send me a picture of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a single engine Piper. But anyway, almost. Is it a double engine Piper?
Looks like a double.
Oh, looks like I profusely owe Dan an apology.
Dan, because I heard that both engines failed simultaneously, and that's why it was catastrophic. Like it's a difficult plane to recover.
I sent you a picture.
If one engine goes down on takeoff, but he rotates, and all of a sudden both engines catastrophically fail.
That's kind of the next step down from what we used to have. See, remember we had another. We had round windows, which are more aesthetically pleasing, and plus we had. I think this is the next step down from our plane, the one we used to have, our 414, Dan. So anyway,
but it's comparable. It's very comparable.
Very comparable. In fact, if you would
hold 6-8 people,
right? So here's the deal: when you need fuel, you don't land with just absolutely bone dry. You usually land,
like a quarter
to half, usually a quarter. So if he needs to fuel the plane, so what they did is they put jet fuel in it, and see like a normally continental aspirated propeller motor it can't run on jet fuel. It just can't. It's like putting diesel in your Ford Hemi, Seth. It just won't run.
Right.
It'll start up. Because you got, your regular gas
is in the tube.
So this doctor tells him, fill me up. I'm going to Indiana. I need full tanks. I need full on both sides. Our capacity in our plane was 103 gallons a side.
So 200 plus?
So it was like 204 gallons is what we could do. 206 gallons, something like that. So they're probably in that area. So they fill this doctor up with jet fuel, not the regular fuel, the fuel that his motor needs to run, his motors, plural, needs to run. They put in completely opposite. Like his motors, as soon as this fuel starts getting to them, will 100% shut off. Like it's just not going to happen. So he gets taxied because you got to understand, as he fires it up all through the gas line systems, all through the car, the fuel injection, all through, and then maybe the bottom eighth or so of the wing still has his
good stuff
fuel. Now you with every bump and every that stuff's mixing, and it's going to eventually be more jet fuel than aviation fuel, but he has enough aviation fuel to fire the plane, taxi it, do his run up, and so by the time you rotate, your plane could have been running 8 to 15 minutes. So that's just enough to burn out all the gas that was in the line, all the 100 low lead that was in the lines, and And then the minute he gets going down the runway, I think that plane probably rotates at 90, 90 to 100
miles an hour.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, knots.
Knots.
Yeah, like everything's knots. So that thing probably rotates at 80 or 90 knots. So you're going down the runway, Lummy, and as a pilot, you're keeping the nose down because you want to gain speed. And then at 90 to 100, you rotate, and then right there, the most critical moment of all flying. Like if he got up like 10,000 feet, Lummy, and all of a sudden,
oh yeah,
I've had a motor failure at 20,000 feet, and altitude's your friend. There's literally a button you hit on your instrumentation on your radio, actually, with what squawks your frequency. Lummy, you hit a button and it instantaneously tells you where the closest runway is.
Oh wow!
Like in your aviation package. So if you have some altitude, if you're up 5, 8, 9, 10,000 feet, you can hit that button. I mean, 60% of the time, if you're not in the middle of nowhere, you can glide. You can get that. You could maybe get that plane landed without crashing it. But you have a 0% survival rate when the minute you pull the yoke back and your tires are just coming off the runway, and you have a double engine failure right there. Like you are done.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When that fuel hits those engines, what happens to the engine?
Stop.
Well, I understand it stops, but why does it stop? Is it like auto stop because it's like it senses something wrong, or does it freeze, or does it blow it out?
It can't combust. The cylinder, the way
does it get hot enough?
Well, no. The way the way gas compared to jet fuel works is jet fuel is burned, and that's how it causes the rotate. But gasoline, obviously the fuel gets inside of the piston chamber and is compressed through the piston, which causes a combustible spark, which makes that piston now go back down its cylinder sleeve, creating power.
Right.
And it does that, most planes run about 2,500, 2,300 RPMs. So it does it 2,300 times per minute in concert with maybe 7 other pistons, and it causes a crankshaft to rotate, which that's where you get your power. Well,
right. So 400 times a second, you're expecting that crank to rotate.
So when exactly. So when you're throwing a fuel that cannot combust.
So it won't ignite, the spark won't ignite it?
None.
That's the problem. It's like putting diesel in, it might as well be diesel.
Might as well put water in it.
Okay, it just won't ignite.
It won't ignite.
So the engine stops that way.
Absolutely stops. So you rotate, you're 80, 90 feet off the runway the minute, just the absolute second you rotate, you're popped up about 70 to 80 feet. And then boom, both of your motors are done. Like they're boom. You're just at that point in for a 80 to 90 foot straight you might as well be in an aluminum beer can drop.
Oh, it won't float at all?
No, nothing. You're below blue line. Your wings, just nothing will work. You are literally just going to nosedive right into, or even belly dive. You're just going to
fall out of the sky.
You're just going to fall out of the sky at 100 feet. I mean, they might as well jump off a 10-story building. Hold on. This guy this doctor had the same chances of living in his airplane that falls out of the sky at 80 feet based on, double engine malfunction upon rotation. He'd have the same luck of survival of just going downtown Tampa, finding a 10-story building and jumping off of it.
Yeah, that's not good. What if he was over water?
It would depend on the attitude of.
Depends on if it was 80 feet or 300 feet.
Well, it would depend on the attitude of the plane going into the water. Like if he could skim the belly, like if he could actually get it parallel with the water and then skim along
and not go nose in.
Yeah, but here's the thing: propellers always stick out further
than
the plane. So the minute. If you don't have any power, you can't keep that nose up. So the minute you hit the water, usually the propellers catch and you pie face yourself.
I understand.
And you're done there too. So yeah, Lummy, you've got to stop being afraid to work out.
Well,
I mean, to reach out to
well,
me.
you seen,
you're my executive producer.
Yeah, well, you seen,
you're my eyes and ears. You're you're the second in charge. You're the second in charge around here. Why don't you act like it?
But the whole thing, Bubba, is that like I said, I'm defending myself because I'll text you if like for different things over the weekend or over the week. I'm not scared of that. But my thing was.
Seth had to step in.
Well, because I waited.
What if it's a Sunday at noon and it's something that you need to get answered?
Oh,
And you don't have your union rep there prodding you, saying yes, contact him.
Oh no, I text you. See, I was waiting because you and Seth were talking about the Orlando thing. So I was sitting there waiting, and I really had to pee really bad. So I went out to pee, and when I came back, you were gone, and I'm like, crap, that was the time right after the show you were talking, but I was going to at least give you an hour, but it wasn't an emergency, so I was going to wait till today.
All right, let's just stop.
Yeah, so I just was trying to be respectful.
The one thing hopefully Seth has taught you.
Free yourself, Lummy.
Yeah, free yourself of being so Stockholmed. Like you're living in 09, you're living in 08. Like when I was most irritable in 08 when I had to do 2 shows.
Well, especially after the show.
Well, I mean, had to do 2 shows. I was a real prick.
I'm not going to say that.
Well, I will.
Looking back, are you happy about that, or do you wish you had been differently back then?
I mean,
how do you?
I think I had
look back at life.
I had a group of guys that knew me quite well, and we did such great radio together that we all just kind of stayed in our own lanes, and they knew, Brent and Spice at that point had been with me for 8 years. 6 years. Manson had been with me for the same. So we'd all been together 6 years. So we all, they knew me. They tried to, the staff like Lummy and 25 and Big Dick, they try to make me look like more of a demon than I was. But, whatever. Let's just not even worry about it. Let me continue on my text, okay?
Yes, sir.
So then you, right at, we're 10:19, you said, it's about $93. I then, at 10:21, 2 minutes later, I said, okay, I'll send you $100. And I go, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, what do you want, bud? He goes, Zelle is good for me. I go, okay. Then I asked him, said, hey, can you mow the back someday? I did. Yeah. I said, hey, oh, man. Can you mow soon? And he goes, yes, I will tomorrow.
I was going to say, I forgot to bring that up during the morning meeting. Would it be okay if it's Tuesday? I got a thing with Average Joe. We're going to trim up a lot of the trees back there.
Yeah.
Clean it all up. And I was going to let the goats kind of feed off a lot of that stuff for the couple days. And we're going to clean that kind of
now, when's all this happening?
Tuesday, if that's okay. When he comes to cut the grass.
So what I was going to do is I was maybe over the weekend going to come over and cut it. Should I not cut it because you want them to eat it?
Yeah, I was going to have them eat it, and then Average Joe's going to come Tuesday.
Now let me ask you a question. If I was to mow and it's so heavy back there, and you would just take the clippings and gather them all up, maybe rake them up, and would they eat that?
Not really, no.
No, they want it out of the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which,
how do you? I mean, I guess it would probably show your true goat herding shepherd skills on how do you keep them in the area that you want them to, to eat. It's just that little patch. They could run, they could go run over by my car lift or go run, run to the front gate. Like, how do you keep them in that area?
I just kind of stand there.
Do you have a stick?
No, I just stand there and they kind of just hang out.
You don't have a shepherd stick?
No, yesterday I was going to say.
You think you might need one?
No, they pretty much just follow me. I was actually going to send you, but I was going to send you a picture because.
But you were afraid. Say it. I was afraid.
I didn't think you might care. They were actually climbing up on the fence and doing all that brush, which gave me the idea to ask Average Joe to clean up that whole entire side. But they just pretty much stay on that little side, and then they follow me in when we need to go in.
Okay, so yes.
Because we're gonna weed eat. We're gonna that drainage that comes from the road down to the pond. We're gonna clean all that up. We're gonna
no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Gotcha. No problem.
So I'm not being lazy. I just I got an idea.
All right. So listen to Seth.
Yes, sir.
And please just whatever you need. You're my go-to man. You're my executive producer. Don't be afraid to get a hold of me.
I got 2 things of slightly breaking news, Bubba.
I'd love to have them.
All right, the Obamas officially endorsed Kamala, and that's a video. And also,
I got that. Yeah,
I think I got that.
Did you?
Yeah.
And then for the local people, that Randy Rosarena got traded. I had no
I
idea.
saw that.
He did.
Yeah, to Seattle.
They gave up already in the season.
He's been struggling.
For what?
A couple minor leaguers.
Sell him when he's hot. In 2 years,
What
they'll
is
be
he?
coming up.
Was he a right fielder, left fielder?
Yeah, he's a left fielder.
Left fielder. Is he the best? Isn't he kind of the star, the new star of the team?
Yeah.
Most popular guy, right?
But that's the guys we get rid of. You don't want to be popular for the Rays.
You don't. You want to be just kind of just blender ender.
Yep, because if you're popular, they'll trade you quick.
Man,
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Because you know why?
That's it. I mean,
Because supposedly, the Rays, you can say what you want about them, but they got this very, very complicated algorithm, money, like Billy Moneyball system kind of deal where they input what you're doing and then see what the value of these two minor leaguers are and what their prospects look like. And while you're,
They nail it about 90% of the time.
I was getting ready to say, don't even hate because they're more successful than they're not.
You give them $17, man, they could borderline make the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They've done some very remember they got rid of Matt was it Garza?
Yeah, Matt Garza.
They got Matt Garza. And then who was the guy from Carlos Pena? Evan Longoria,
Carl Crawford, David Price,
B.J. Upton. Who was the kid that went to Pittsburgh that was good, then came
Chris
back?
Archer.
But then he came back and didn't do anything, did he?
No.
Is he
did
still in
not.
the league?
I don't think so. I think he's out finally.
Yeah. Glasgow. Dan, I think one of your nurses, now that she's gone and now that he's gone, I think we could probably say it. I think one of your nurses dated Tyler Glasgow.
yes.
Are they still together?
Who knows? Who cares? I hated her.
Okay. Oh,
Oh, wow.
you can see how Dan treats his employees.
He
Yeah,
actually,
she dicked me. She dicked me. So I don't really.
She didn't give you any
Nah,
notice.
she just skated on me. So she
Literally just didn't show up for work one day.
Right.
Right?
Can I tell you
Yeah.
that I think that she is still with him because I just saw a story on him and how him and his girlfriend met or fiance, whatever they are, and she's into something medical now. I think she has her own office and she goes back between Tampa and LA where he plays.
Right.
So she comes back here to do her own work. I don't know.
That's nice.
Well,
I'm happy for them.
He doesn't play. So you're saying that she may have established a medical business in Tampa, and she splits her time L.A. with him because he plays for the Dodgers, and then she flies back to Tampa and does her medical deal.
Yeah,
Yes.
she was like a PA.
So she probably used all the experience she got at Dan's place to be able to get her rich boyfriend to fund or build.
I hope they have 10 kids together.
And then she leaves him and takes him off, or no, he breaks up with her.
Right. And
Right.
she's 200.
What other thing? Seth?
That was what I had. I had the Rosarina deal and I had the.
Yeah, and I sent you the Obama tweet.
Yeah, Obama. You know what?
It's a weird time to release that at 5 a.m.
Yeah, but Obama. He's
He's up all night
smoking, doing rails
with Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
She's cutting it up.
I mean, think about this, man. If you're Obama, man, you got to. I mean, you're a two-time president. You're probably pretty still well liked.
The world thinks he walks on water.
I mean, they do, and so he was a great. We know he was a great communicator.
One of the best.
And, just, I don't know, holds himself in a still to this day, holds himself in a presidential type way.
Yep.
You don't see him getting mixed up with a bunch of nonsense.
No.
In fact, everybody's hinging on his every word as to what he says because, they feel he's the last competent one.
Well, and also when there's nonsense, people are like, don't look this way. Like when his cook died. I mean, some weird story behind that. And people are like, nothing going on here.
Right.
So we were so distracted by the 400 outrageous things happening in the world.
Well, but Obama also has the luxury of having the scandalous Clintons before him. So
right.
And they're still alive. So people are like, man, Barack's okay, but man, those Clintons. How many people died while Bill Clinton was in office?
Right.
Wasn't there a dude that killed himself in a park? And, there was just so.
There's a lot of shady stuff associated with the Clintons. I mean, there's a lot. If you're a friend of theirs, you have a very shortened life expectancy.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, they supposedly were. I mean, Bill was supposedly friends with Epstein. Had been, I think, out of all the famous people, Bill Clinton might have been on the Epstein Express, the private plane, the most. As far as the logs and things like that. But everybody gives Clintons a pass, which I don't have a problem with. But we need to give everybody a pass, right? I mean,
well,
we need to stop We need to stop preying on former presidents. There used to be a certain amount of decorum where, as a former president, the new president, even if he was the opposing party, most likely he was, he didn't just start digging into your past and see what kind of files you had in your basement. And he was just like, you know what? That's Obama. I have respect for him. Sure, I could probably find some stuff. I mean, you don't think when George W. Bush didn't get in the office after Clinton, he didn't have, 8 notebooks full of things that Clinton had done wrong that they could bring him up on charges, right?
Right.
But it's like, no, he's the president. There's a certain amount of respect that you have as the former president, and my job as the current president isn't to look backwards at what's been done. I need to look forward for our country.
Well, and it needs to go both ways. The past president also needs to keep his mouth shut about the new president until the election.
Like I said, that respect or decorum no longer exists.
Nope.
It used to. Mm-hmm. It used to. Hey, Clinton got out. Republican came in, opposite parties, nobody messed with anybody.
Nope.
Bush got out. Listen, there was some stuff they could have got Bush on. There wasn't any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
Nope.
They could have got Cheney trumped up on some stuff. But Obama was like, listen, man, those are the former presidents. You know, man, maybe there's some stuff, but listen. It serves me no purpose to hang these two dudes out to dry and cause their life, havoc. Well, then Trump enters the race, and now the rules have changed. Now it's every guy for himself, and if you got any dirt on anybody, including he's got a few files in his basement, let's bring in the SWAT team and be very disruptive. Let's trump him up on. Let's hem him up on 100 indictments. Let's just make this guy life hell. And to be intellectually honest, I think it's the first time I've used it in a while, Lummy.
Yes.
People say I say too much. Say it's a little bit of an oxymoron. Bubba should never say intellectually honest because he's not intellectual. So,
I thought you did it as a joke.
To be stupidly honest, at the end of the day, Trump. If we were going to be honest, Trump, the minute he wins, that bitch is coming for revenge on everybody that screwed with him.
Yes and no, because he. First of all, the whole decorum thing. As soon as Trump took office, Obama and even Bush were very critical of him, which was against that decorum that you were talking about.
Even Bush,
right? And Trump ran in 2016 of lock up Hillary, and he didn't do anything against Hillary. He left her alone. That was just a sort of a rally cry than it was reality.
Because remember with the advisors, he said the advisors told him, look, it's not good for the country.
Well,
Move on.
Bill agreed.
Yeah.
Everybody agreed.
No way, I'd like to get her locked up for about 6 years. I could really be running wild with some hot bitches.
So, we like to say that. We like to say that he's going to come back and hit everybody, but I don't know that he will. I think what he's going to do instead is, not go after everybody, but also not be in fear of running the administration the way he wants to, because last time they strapped him at the very beginning by indicting Flynn, talking about the Russian collusion that was fake for 2.5 years, and so the whole time he was fighting with one arm tied behind his back, and I think that's what's going to be different this time if he were to win.
When I return, the Bubba and Gene food review for TNT Burger got released yesterday. I think I got a couple thousand views in one day. I've picked out a couple high spots for it. So we'll play that. Also, they just came in yesterday. I put it on top of my little gorilla. But this is cold weather stuff. But these things sell like hotcakes as we get closer to winter. These are the Bubba Army beanies that like the real thick warm beanies. I put it on this little gorilla so it would stretch it out. Your little head there. And they're only. I don't know why Merch Quick. She must not be into profit, making much money, because she's only selling them for $12.
You can't buy a hamburger for $12.
She's selling them for $11.99. She asked me yesterday. The beanies came in. What should I sell them for? I go, I don't know. I don't know. Just whatever you think. She's like, okay. I should have said, $20. $18.99 is what I should have said. I thought she knew.
If you mix in inflation, they should be about $74 a piece.
I know, but I'm gonna hold. I don't want to always overrule her. Because remember, Lummy, I came in yesterday. The tack bags were $24.99. I'm like, those are usually like $40 normally.
Yeah, you want to move them to what, $29.99?
I did bump them up to $29.99. The tack bags, just because they're so popular. Every man needs one. So these beanies, I'll just leave them at $11.99.
Jesus.
It's just easier to sit here and not even worry about it. Don't get her all pissed off. She's worried about her mom and everything. I got to go to words. I'll come back with the Gene Lasker, Bubba, TNT. We were supposed to be eating a $99 hamburger wrapped in gold. But this roadside location of TNT Burger, which we didn't know that there was a brick and mortar one, that's where the $99. So we just got the COVID injection burger.
I see that there's a little information of the latest information from the CDC on the video.
On what?
You see on the video how it says COVID-19 vaccine? Get the latest information because it has COVID-19 in the title.
Does that... are we gonna get demonetized
no,
for
but
that?
YouTube
or
automatically,
Or is it just a friendly reminder?
It's a friendly reminder.
Oh.
You can go get the vaccine.
They're not striking us or nothing.
No.
Oh, okay.
They're just telling us we probably shouldn't get our COVID information from the guys in the video.
And they're probably saying that eating a hamburger isn't good, for necessarily for COVID-19. So let me got two things, and then I went over to Dan's office yesterday.
Oh, nice.
And I got that to talk about because there's a little bit of thing, and then Dan's got this new machine. And God, medical machines are expensive.
Yeah.
Jesus, between your Morpheus. What was that one you were talking about yesterday?
The Morpheus, the laser, my Cyton laser was $360,000.
Jesus, this new one's like $100,000.
Yes,
my Lord, I'll tell you about it next. And listen, Lummy, most of what Dan does, our audience, the Bubba Army, is about 90-10 or 85-15 men to women. We're like that's what we are if you look at all the statistics from YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Bubba Army HQ, all Twitter. If you look at it, what our audience makeup is, it's about 85-15, 90-10. Well, most of Dan's services are about probably, 80-20 women.
Probably 95.
Yeah.
95.5.
Unless you're and anything that you can get done as a guy is a pretty major deal. You know what I'm saying? Like rhinoplasties, I guess some liposuction.
That's about it.
I guess you can. Don't you do a gynecomastia? What's it when a guy has man boobs?
Oh, gynecomastia.
Yeah, don't you do that?
Yes.
Right.
So for men, it's usually lipo, gynecomastia, nose job, or like eyes or face.
Yeah. So Dan, not a lot. 90-10 his business. Well, we finally got a super high dollar machine that could, listen, I'm thinking about doing it because I'm not going to mention what it does right now. I'm going to get into the talk, but I am suffering from a little something that this could help me with. Dan, I think that probably half of our audience, half of our audience probably needs this machine.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to talk about my TNT burger experience with Lasker. I got a couple clips to play. And then my trek over to Dan's office and his new machine. I'm excited for your new machine. As a matter of fact, I can't wait. Seth doesn't even know what I'm talking about, but I know Seth. I know for a fact Seth has experience in this. Seth, don't blurt it out, but I know for a fact. You know what? I have to maybe ask you privately if I'm supposed to know that or not. So
I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm worried.
I know. You should be worried. We're coming back.
The dong doubler.
Is he doing internal hemorrhoid, investigations now?
We'll get into what Dan's doing next. Okay.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I just didn't know if you... Yeah. All right. I think you did it and then left, didn't you?
Sure did.
I mean, I think
Total
that.
fuck job.
Hold on. So, if you were to be intellectually honest, did you already have "I'm out of here" in your mind while?
No, I quit. I quit pretty
Abruptly.
Yeah.
Really?
After?
Huh?
How long after?
About a
No.
month.
A month.
Yeah, he got a month worth of endorsement.
Yeah. It worked too.
It's kind of you have to kind of the way he did it.
You got to baby it.
You got to keep going for treatment. Like he did 2,500 follicles on me the first time.
See, that's what Dan's got.
Yeah, but I probably needed more because I'm still very thin. Like I don't think you wouldn't even know that I had it outside of maybe having like a little hairline hair.
I don't know. I think your hair looks pretty full.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with it. Like I was fine going bald. Like I didn't care. They offered me to do it. They were like, "Hey, we noticed."
Was it the front part? Is that what you did?
They gave me. I mean, the hairline for sure is what they gave me. Like they drew it, which was cool.
How painful was it?
It wasn't painful. It was just annoying, dude. I had to sit there for 8 hours.
That's what they said. How long it's
Yeah,
it's a 4 to 6 hour deal.
And then I didn't keep my. I'll show you a picture.
Let's talk about it because
Yeah.
Dan's got one of these new badass machines.
Let me find the picture because I slept the wrong way and I was so bad that I couldn't even go into work. My face was so bad. It would be a bad look for the client. Let's see, where's that?
Are they yelling?
I don't know what they got cooking out there.
Hear him?
Yeah.
We gotta ask them. It's like they're yelling.
We'll get down to the bottom of this. Bubba, look at this.
Oh shit. Maybe you can send that to Lummy to send to me.
Okay.
Doing those cables.
Yes, there you go.
15.
Did you hear? Was Lummy yelling?
Someone's yelling back there.
Yeah.
I heard something yelling.
Man, I gotta go pee real quick. Shit.
I really like the.
So, Bob, those cables feel better this week than they did last week.
What's
The
that?
throwing motion with the cable,
Yeah.
that feels better today than it did last time.
So
I
if you did it every day.
I would do it between breaks, do 15, 20 reps.
Yeah, but like if you did like
3 times a week.
but like in only 3 sessions a day, or if we have 8, you only have six to 7 breaks. You got 6 breaks by the time you leave.
I do like 3 sets of 15.
So, but if you did, like half the time you went to piss and stayed in the studio and talked to the crowd, and then the other half you went out and did them, you would, and fucking by the end of this year, I guarantee you what they want to repair surgically, you would have built
Strength.
your tendons and your muscles around that problem area, which will help the problem area. The way the shoulder guy described it, the way the guy on the YouTube video said was, you're not repairing your tear.
You're strengthening the stuff around it.
But you're making everything around it double the strength,
Right.
so that your tear is not as irritating. Now you're not going to have that fucking same whip that you had when you were fucking 22, but you're going to have like 70% more range and motion doing this.
Yeah. I mean, just like, muscles protect a bad knee. A good quad and good hamstrings protect a bad knee.
Right.
What's up, Paul Rogers?
What's up, Jay Bullock, Eddie Powers, Big Book.
That gym's pretty badass, don't you think?
Incredible, dude. It's like pro level.
Seth's gonna send you a picture.
I sent it.
Okay.
You should have it.
Did you send it to me?
You just got it.
Iggy.
I will get it over.
And then Dan.
Phil, yes.
What up, babe?
Is there a
What up,
trailer
Quaker?
or an instructor? Wait for
Were you sleeping in and missed the first hour of the show?
Are you ready?
Don't worry, it's all at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Anywhere you get your podcasting, Seth seems to like Spotify. He likes to send those links, but iHeart, Google Play, iTunes, it doesn't matter. Just type in literally, you could Google Bubba Army podcast. I've never even Googled Bubba Army. I should probably have done this before saying it, but I arrogantly think that if you Google, just bring up your Safari or Firefox or whatever you Google Chrome, whatever you use for your Internet Explorer, and you type in the search engine Bubba Army, the Bubba Army podcast, or just Bubba Army podcast, I think it takes you right to where you need to be. It takes you to the home page of our podcast.
Oh, yes, it does.
Okay, so there you go. And that Seth, I think yesterday was
Yesterday was Loner and Stoner.
Loner and Stoner. Today's Tig's Bits.
Yes.
And then Monday, which it's getting recorded today, is the ladies of the BRN.
Yes.
With, I think, Bubba. I'm sorry. Merch Crick, Wizzy, Maria Guatemala, and a phoner or Zoom from Phoebe.
Yeah, Phoebe can't come in because of work, but she is going to call in today.
Now, Lummy, Ashley's always invited to that too.
Oh yeah,
you know that.
Of course.
So
yeah,
But anyway, these are the ladies of the BRN that will get released, which should be pretty funny on Monday. That gets released on Monday. Lummy, was there some yelling or something going on?
I guess in the engineer, they were watching a video from Colton, and I guess the speakers were really.
Me and Seth are in here, and they're like, we could hear her, and we're like, man, I thought it sounded like you guys were yelling at each other. I'm like, maybe they're in there fighting.
From what I'm hearing from Macho, it looks like someone from Warsaw, Indiana, told Colton to get the F out of here.
Oh, we need all that.
You Iraqi.
Hold on.
I mean, what?
Hold on. So
slow down. We're supposed to tell them.
Oh, sorry.
Brett goes, way to blow my high spot, bitch.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. I've been Mr. Narc over there about the whole, nothing.
Oh, yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Mr. Narc over here.
Yeah, I know. Macho, he's a narc.
Hold on.
Hold on a second. That's a private IM. That's not for you to
I don't have the archives anymore. I don't have my Colton High spot anymore.
We have the edit bay now.
Exactly.
Hold on. Seth, I feel lost as to what's going on back there, don't you? I feel so out of touch. They got a new name for Macho Man called Mr. Narc.
I think the bathroom is now called the edit bay, Bubba.
Yeah. So, Seth, I think that there's like a whole nother.
They had to recalibrate all their signals and systems once. I don't. Who aired them out the other day? Was it Lummy?
Macho. No, Macho.
Macho. Oh, in the archives.
What?
Remember we were doing the podcast and we found out when they said someone's in the archives that they're actually in the bathroom and they're not working,
right?
And we had been fooled. Well, they're kind of retooling that.
Oh, they're retooling some kind of other distracting,
saying they're in the edit bay.
Oh, phrase to get us off their ass.
And now
they're not retooling anything. Macho Man's retooling it.
Macho Man, what's Macho Man? There seems to be, you're the common denominator between Lummy being concerned about something and Rhett being concerned. What's going on back there?
He's got too much Deca going to his head.
Dr. Dan came to the window looked at us like, what's going on back there? And then
because it was loud and alarming.
Right. So I was telling Lummy privately to tell you it was a video that Rhett was working on.
All right.
And that's where it should have stopped.
And so Lummy
had to go blab his mouth on the air.
So you're saying Lummy can't hold content water where if you just said, hey, it was a video that they were editing that was a little bit loud, and that's it.
Here's what I was told. Tell Dan Rhett was playing the Colton video. LOL. Get the F out of here, you Iraqi. So I don't see.
I'm the Iraqi? Who's the Iraqi?
No. Don't tell you it's private.
Hold on. The way that I have this thing figured out is that Colton was in Warsaw, Indiana, walking up to people at the beach, asking them if here you are, you're in Warsaw, Indiana. Do you know who the most famous person from this town is? And nobody knew. And then he had on his girlfriend's phone, he had the article saying who's the most famous person from Warsaw, Indiana, Bubba the Love Sponge. And he would show them that this is who according to this article, was the most popular person from the city. And then they would get their reaction.
Have you been back here working on it?
No. Is that not how it went?
No, that's 100% how it went.
No, but I guess I talked to Colton yesterday, and he was like, one couple was really rude to me, and they called me Iraqi.
Oh, and they're in matching clothes. It's quite a scene. I'll have it cleaned up here for you in a second.
Okay, but do we want to give the high?
Yes, not you. It was yeah.
Do we want to give the high spot away, do we want to just wait for the?
Cat's out of the bag now. It'd be a funny watch.
All right. So it would be at least a good teaser for a video that's coming, right?
Yeah, because the rest of the video is 10 minutes, so it'll be out today.
Perfect. So Lummy, there was no yelling. It was Colton's Warsaw, Indiana video, and they told you what it was, and then you went in here, and rather than just to vaguely say it's a video they're watching, you gave away the complete high spot.
Well, like I said, I read Macho's. He said, "Tell Dan." Red was playing the Colton video.
What are you, the anchor man?
Go ahead, Lummy.
LOL.
Don't be afraid with him.
Get the F out of here, you Iraqi. So I'm like, oh, okay. I guess this is open knowledge. I mean, I didn't know that it was supposed to be secret. So, I mean,
man, Lummy, you can't even run your own people.
I know. Well, Macho's getting all upset because he ruined the high spot.
Well, I mean, so you're trying to say that like Macho's gaslighting you right now?
Yeah, he's done Twitch Deca, man. He's getting testosterone.
Well, I mean, he's on all that, of course. But I mean, he should be. Look at him.
Maybe you should.
Yeah, let me. When's the last time you had your testosterone levels checked? Well, let me. I just got.
I mean, you're
now, hold on.
man.
My primary doctor now says we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this 4 times a year. We can do this now twice a year. So my doctor is seeing me twice a year. But let me, I get full blown blood. I like my lipid panel, my cholesterol, my HDL, my triglycerides, my LDL, my non-LDL cholesterol, my HSCRP. My hemoglobin A1C, my estradiol sulfite, my CBC analysis, white blood cell, red blood cell, hemoglobin, hematocrit or whatever.
Hematocrit.
Yeah, that. Platelet count, then they do a urinalysis complete, color, appearance, specific gravity, PM, glucose, all just pages. Let me see. What page is this now? This is page 4. Iron and total iron binding capacity, testosterone free.
What's your free?
My testosterone total is 991.
You almost 4 digits, man.
Well, the range is 250 to 1100, and my doctor likes keeping me on the high end.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah.
Yeah. Estradiol and estrogen, a comprehensive metabolic panel, calcium, protein.
Is it CEA and PSA?
Yeah. Oh, Dan, you are going to be, because PSA, that's the number for your
prostate,
right.
Prostatic specific antigen.
Yes, I do have my PSA total, and wait till you hear my number. Now, here's the number. This is about prostate cancer. This number here, Dan, am I not right? In a blood work deal, the PSA, they're looking at how healthy your prostate is.
Yes, it's one of the indicators that goes up if you have prostate cancer or even hypertrophy.
Right. So it goes from 0 to 4. So you got that big a range, right? Guess what I am?
0.3.
0.25.
Wow.
That's good, right?
It means you ain't got prostate cancer. You got a healthy prostate. You got the prostate of a 19-year-old.
Oh,
I wish I had your prostate.
Dan, look at that. I mean, let me look at
Wow.
that. I'm going to walk up to good-looking dudes and say, listen, you know what? I know you got big. I'm going to walk up to guys like Macho Man and be like, hey, I know you think you're all that because you got muscles on top of your muscles, but, bitch, I got a 0.25 prostate gimmick.
Exactly, man.
So let me.
Does that mean you have a strong stream?
You should.
I mean, it's
or does it like kind of trickle and taper off?
He ain't getting prostate cancer this month.
I mean, like I was talking to my doctor, and she says if you're almost 60 and you're 0.25 at 60, you probably are never going to have any prostate issues. That's what she said.
If you live long enough, you will. But
no, if I live long enough. But like
if
100, if I live 85,
you won't.
I'm going to be okay. I'm not going to ever be peeing in a bag.
No. It's
now,
in your 90s.
which one of you? Which one of you gets? Dan, do you do this?
I do it every now and then. I don't do it every 4 months or 3 months. I mean, I do it every 2 years.
Really?
Yeah, they're all my numbers are great.
Am I the most I do it?
You're the most measured person I know.
Like Dan, she dials me in so much that she's now I'm upping my vitamin D, and I'm upping my DHEA, and she wants me on a little bit more of a B complex. So I go on Amazon and buy all these pills.
Fine tuning.
And I mean, this is probably why I might potentially be as healthy as I am for being a fat ass.
Yes, because you are finely tuned like a race engine.
So anyway, Lummy, have you ever done that?
Yeah, I usually do it once a year.
You do?
Yeah, now I'm 40. I need
What's
to
your
probably do more. It was like 8 something.
800?
Yeah, something.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Numbers. I don't
Seth,
know.
do you do full blood? Do you do full blood deals?
Yeah, I go for a yearly physical, and then I normally get my
the labs.
Yeah, I get like my liver and stuff tested twice a year because of the medication I'm on.
Perfect.
So.
Listen, I can't emphasize enough. Do you know how many men that are out there that don't do like a yearly blood deal? Like, I mean.
Well, the PSA, they stopped covering it on young people. And so what happened is more people started getting prostate cancer. Late prostate cancer. Like, you're screwed. Like, you're going to be impotent.
You mean they started not testing? Like, if you were, like, they just didn't even, that wasn't even anything they test for?
First of all, they were testing everybody. And then they stopped. And they started delaying the test because the insurance wasn't covering it. They'll cover a sex change, but not a PSA for a guy. And so all these guys the urologists were complaining because all these guys were coming in with advanced prostate cancer because they weren't being screened.
Because had they been screened, they would have thrown up like a 5-1,
right?
And the doctor would be like, "Okay, we're going in.
Yep.
I mean, we're going in for a colonoscopy or we're going in for a biopsy." And because hell, you start getting in the upper 3s, they are like, you get over 3 and they're again.
Especially if it keeps changing and keeps rising, like, something's wrong.
Right. That's what my doctor said. I'm like, well. When I asked my doctor, Dr. Cheryl, I said, hey, let's say an older guy and he was like a 3.5, do you at that point start getting concerned? And she's like, well, this was her answer. She's like, it would matter where it came from. Like if his last test was a 2.6, yes, I'm concerned. If his last test was a 3.42, well, I'm not as concerned.
And he's 80. Right. Yeah, you don't really care.
I'm not as concerned.
Smoking makes it higher.
On prostate?
The PSA.
Oh, okay.
It increases your PSA level.
Right. Rhett, do you get? I feel as if you might not get your blood done, and I feel as if maybe you're not even old enough to be even worried about it right now.
No, it's been a couple of years since I've had it done.
But Dan, would you suggest a guy as 20, 25? Is it? I would probably say that it's never too early to get a lab work done so that because I mean, there's 25s and 20. There's guys in their 20s and 30s that probably catch stuff that could have been diagnosed or caught with a blood panel.
Yes, and here are the two things that you can catch at a young age. So a guy in their 20s, it looks like they're healthy. You can catch testicular cancer if you have a physical exam.
And that can happen like what?
In your 20s.
I've heard testicular cancer like in, kids that are 19.
Yeah, late teens, but usually happens in your 20s. Early 20s to mid 20s.
If you catch that soon enough, do you have to lop off a ball or is there always a ball coming out?
It depends. Probably you're going to lose maybe one ball and not both.
Man,
testicles.
I don't want to lose both balls, and I would hate to be a one-ball guy.
Yeah, you got a prosthesis. They'll do a fake testicle.
I mean, how bad? I mean, I like my testicles are a major part of my. I like my testicles.
Yeah, I love
messed
my testicles.
With. Next thing you know, she's only got one. She can take around the farm.
Well, they said they could put a fake one in there?
Yeah, they put a little silicone ball in there.
Fake one in there.
I know a guy that did that to his dog. He had his dog castrated and he put a silicone testicle prosthesis.
You didn't want the dog to get clowned at the dog?
I guess not. I guess the dog wanted to, didn't have you didn't want people self-image issues.
When he goes to the dog park to say, look at Jim's dog, it has no balls.
Yeah, just a keel.
Didn't want to get ball. Man, you are really, really narcissistic if you're worried about your dog getting ball shamed at the park. Right?
Yes.
So, Rhett, you should probably think about doing something like this one of these days. And Macho Man, I'm assuming you're either one way or the other. You are either you do this as intently as I do, or that you got your own little home remedy concoction and you know what works best for you. Do you care to answer? This is a medical question, so you do not have to answer. It would be a HIPAA violation.
Yeah, let's not get into all that. Let's just say a standard test. I'm off the charts.
But here's what people should do.
Hold on, but here's with Macho Man. His exact quote was, let's just say this: the standard test. I'm off the charts. I think that would be on any test in life. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Irritability. Stressness.
So his testosterone levels like where Hogan was that one time?
I think Macho Man's testosterone level is probably 6,000, 7,000, something like that. Lummy, Susan Poitras.
Oh, yeah?
$100. And you know what? With a sad message, R.I.P. to my brother, Eddie.
Oh. Sorry.
Eddie Poitras. Oh, that is. Thank you, Susan. I love Susan Poitras.
She's great.
So anyway, yes, R.I.P. to your brother.
So the screens, like when you're a young man in your 20s, early 30s, you should absolutely see a doctor to make sure that, you have, no testicular cancer, to get an exam. But also the screening tests, like the blood work that you're talking about.
Are you supposed to be kind of playing with your balls, too, in the shower?
Yes, you are.
I'm saying, go get your test. But I think that they tell you the first part of testicular cancer diagnosis is for you to take, once a week or so when you're washing your balls, just to really take them around the farm. Like kind of really, really kind of let me feel yourself up.
Just like women should with their breasts. Women that do self-breast exams catch breast cancers earlier. And men that do testicular self-exams catch testicular cancer earlier.
I think I play with my balls enough to know. I think I do in a week. I would know that.
Oh man, if I have anything that's different, you can tell.
Right.
Even if it's like a little pimple or something, you can feel that.
Sometimes you get a little ingrown shaved hair down there or something like that. So anyway, Gene and I could be super responsible and just go to break, and we'd be super on time and promote the fact that coming up next, I got a story about J.D. Vance. I don't know how the hell J.D. Vance gets the rap that he might have had sex with a couch. Like,
poor guy.
I mean, it's amazing that they're going to bring up something as outrageous as that, and at the same time, Axios, who called Kamala Harris the border czar, is saying Kamala Harris was never the border czar. I mean, they have two completely opposite articles about the same topic. So
we got.
It's just
we got that.
Yeah, my home television got broken when they said that.
You what?
My mom threw something at the TV when they said that.
When they said what?
Axios said they didn't say, or they wrongly accused her of being the border czar.
Yeah, I think your mom and JD Cakes just watch Fox News all day.
They get along great.
Yeah. My mom won't even miss the 5. Like, we'll be out at the golf course, on the golf cart over at Culver's Lummy, and it'll be like 4:30. She'll be like, we got to get home for the 5.
5 is pretty good, but they do have a repeat.
But I don't build my life around the 5, please. So anyway, I got the food review, the TNT Burger food review. I got the J.D. Vance couch. I made love. There's a rumor that J.D. Vance had sex with a couch.
I heard he put a glove in the couch and then banged the glove in between the couch.
Come on.
Is that what they did?
I don't know. That's what I didn't make the story up.
I know.
There's a story out there.
He didn't have a shop vac. I mean, everyone's got this. If you want to go and really get everyone's creepiest masturbation story, they're gross. Everyone's got a creepy masturbation story.
And 99% of men's creepy masturbation stories never get out into the public.
No.
No guy ever tells on himself. Now, I did. I had a shop vac that I used to use, and I told on myself. So, if I was ever to run for public office or something like that, you'd be like, he used to have sex with the shop vac. Right? But I don't find that big of a deal, just me being transparent, because all guys have some sort of concoction or thing that they do when in the early stages of masturbation. when you're as horny as a gorilla and you literally want to masturbate like this. I'm talking about like the window of like 14 to 18 when you're living at home. You literally want to masturbate like 5 times a day.
Right.
Well,
and you got to think of new ways. You just can't sit there.
Right. You're looking for creativity. It's just like different girls. You want different ways of masturbating.
And back then, back in the day, hate to be an old timer, but we didn't have the pocket vaginas, and we didn't have the real life neoprene vagina simulator. We didn't have any of that. We had a rolled up wet sock in the microwave.
Well, this story came from
or a hot jar of applesauce.
This story,
or things like that,
came from the credible source of Rick Rude's calves on Twitter.
All right,
the
cool.
one that made it up.
Anyway.
Right, nice. I mean, it's why aren't we hearing about how Montel Williams had Kamala bent over a desk? You know what I mean?
Man, I would love to see. I would love that footage.
But we don't have that. No one says that.
Man, maybe finally it'll take away a little bit of the sting of the Hogan sex. The only thing that would be better than the Hogan sex tape would be the Montel Williams Kamala tape.
That'd be awesome.
Oh my God, I'd watch it.
I think they only had handy cams back then.
Well, he was a little handicapped.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Yeah.
I saw him once at a scary story. He's kind of a dick. He was a dick when I saw him.
Where did you see him?
Like Aspen or something like that years ago. 15 years ago. Well, it might have been Park City. I just don't remember what place it was. It was a long time ago. Big Buck, good morning. Disney Phil, Dale Fick, Chick Me, Wayne Glasgow, The Fat Pig, Good morning, Stacy G.
Lemmy, do we have a new song?
He's out of the room.
Yeah, Hogan is. No, it's
the Dark Match song.
Hogan is now a Republican. Because the Protect His Toupee was the one. Wasn't the Protect His Toupee the one that we played before?
Yeah, I believe so.
But he did a Trump song recently. Is that the one you're talking about? The Dark Match?
I don't know.
Stacy G. Cersei's. Quicker. Step back on, I'll call you the police. That'd be short stroker. Shove it up, tackle the dog, Roberto Perez, Snizzle, Swizair, Caviar. Seas. Orlando, Black Eye Cali, Dodge Duke, T-shirt Will, Good Looks, Disney Phil. Yes, definitely. What's up, Mike Thurman? Yeah. XXL Gaming. She'll never drop yours. Stick with that Escalade. Hopefully they'll ask about me. What's up? Jeff Schwartz. I know XXL, but hopefully they'll change that plastic piece to a metal piece.
understand Shocker Dan Jeff Schwartz. What are you asking me about? It's a shock. Let's see here. Organic Gene. Al Guru. Steve, the grumpy old man. Morning is going well. Sicilian Redneck 25. Eyes on. Hold on, I gotta change this out for something cold. Disney Phil. Oh, Xerxes, that's not. That's color torsion, and that's pretty rare.
He's the biggest export from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah! Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Let me ask, I erroneously was bitching about how cheaply, or I should say inexpensive, our brand new, we bring them back every year for the winter, and that's the Bubba Army black with white embroidered beanie. It's a must for anybody that lives in cold weather. And I was bitching about the fact that Merch Crick priced them at $11, $12.
Oh, really?
About $8 too low. But anyway, I ain't changing it. But you can buy. Did not give out the domain. Let me Bubba Army Shop, Bubba Army Merch, and BubbaArmyStore.com for I think the new 40-ounce Stanley inspired tumblers. Are also up, let me into the tactical bags, which remember, let me, I was pissed. I did raise those to 20. I did raise those to 20. She's like, why are you doing that? I'm like, geez, just raise them to 29. She goes, but I got all these orders that fill those, fill all the orders. Everybody was smart enough to get in on it when it was, $24.99, but change it right now to $29.99, and she did. So sorry. But they were so. Everybody. Dan, do you have one? Do you have a Bubba Army tactical bag?
Yes, I do. It's right here. In fact, it's next to me. It's tactically loaded.
But isn't it
tactically prepared?
But like prior to having your Bubba Arm, that's the Poseidon. That's the Poseidon gray, which I like better than the black. But anyway, like
I love it.
Prior to that, what would you, if you were going to go into somewhere or go to a store or go to dinner or something, how would you carry your firearm, your wallet, your cell phone, your car keys? How would you carry all that? What did you have before that?
I would have my wallet, my cell phone, and then that in a holster on my hip.
Yeah.
Inside my shirt.
Right.
And if I didn't have that kind of outfit on, I was screwed. I'd have to have like my lunchbox with my gun in it.
Yeah, so you get your Scooby-Doo lunchbox.
Scooby-Doo. Hey, don't mess with Scooby.
Dan, I don't know how well they're going to perceive you at this big medical conference in Miami that you go down and learn how to do various things too, and you got your Scooby-Doo lunchbox. Yeah, be like, hey, he's supposedly one of the big slingingest D in Tampa, but you'd think he's got a Scooby-Doo lunchbox. I mean, what's that mean? Those people in Tampa are really backward, man. That's the number one guy in Tampa with the Scooby-Doo lunchbox? I mean, wow. But, I mean, when you got, that tactical bag, I guarantee you could put your phone in it. Yes. You could put your gun in it. Mm-hmm. That's what it's kind of made for.
Everything.
Here's the deal. I guess you could be a dude and not carry a gun and have a tactical bag because you need a a man purse, so to speak.
Yeah, to
that you
keep
can,
your,
and here's the thing, like it doesn't have a big. It's
your
not a
mascara
back.
in.
It's not really bulky and like it has. It's not as bulky as a big backpack, which those are kind of bulky.
Yes.
But this is just you just sling it over your shoulder, hold it in that manner. And it's very, very, very efficient. Every man needs one, for real. If you're going to carry a gun, you certainly need one.
Mm-hmm.
But
those fanny packs are dead. No one carries a fanny pack anymore. That's like a 8-track.
You've instantaneously just absolutely positioned yourself as a boomer if you're going to have a fanny pack.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. Might as well have a cell phone on your hip too.
Right. How about have you seen those kind of people that they literally have their cell phone on their hip on this swiveling type thing? I'm like, but buddy,
come on, dude. Take that mask off and put the cell phone in your pocket.
Come on, buddy.
Or
but
your
everybody,
tactical bag.
So anyway, the tactical bags are up, and it's a must for everybody. Seth, I wish we could get you your license and you start carrying a gun, or you think that's not such a good idea? You know
he
what?
doesn't need one. It's Florida.
You're right. It's open carry.
He just has to worry about his daughter.
Yeah. So Seth, do you think you're man enough yet to be, a daily gun carrier, or do you think that could maybe go south?
I don't think I'm gonna carry a gun at all. I think I'd like to get one to have at home.
Right.
But I don't see myself carrying one.
Would you use one in rage? Do you think you're just too volatile to have a gun, or do you think it's just you just don't want the stress? Or what's the
No.
hesitation?
I just don't think there's gun guys and there's not gun guys. He ain't a gun guy. There's one guy that wants to carry it. Like I had mine right by, at this particular shot. If you're looking, I got the TNT. I got a couple of high spots that I've found on the TNT Burger COVID-19 vaccine food review with me and Gene Lasker. I stopped it at this one particular part where I'm going to start. Let me at 24 minutes. And when I go to this type of restaurant or something, I'll have that bag. Let me between my legs or next to my right leg where I can quickly grab it. So I always have my bag. I can always have it slinged over I only sling it over my shoulder when I'm walking, from the truck to wherever I'm going. But otherwise, if I'm at a restaurant or something like that, I'll have it right down by my right leg. So I can quickly grab it. I'm looking for that clean shoot. I'm the kind of guy that's eating dinner. Let me remember it was 2 years ago when I'm the kind of guy that was at Longhorn and Grandma started choking. I'm the only one in the restaurant that stepped up and gave her the Heimlich and saved her life.
What's that got to do with a clean shoot?
What's that?
Nothing. Never mind.
So what were you going to say? I'm sorry. So
because you got balls and you're a man and you rose to the occasion and did what you had to do.
So I went over there.
You're a hero, bro.
I was about from here to the podcasting table from Grandma. Every booth from here to her place was full of people, and Tyler says. There's something going on over at that table, and she was sitting with 6 other elderly people, almost like it was an elderly get together, 2 or 3 couples from a retirement community came to Longhorn to have dinner. I'm sorry, lunch, and everybody's and they're like, help, we need some help here, and nobody got up, so I got up fast and went over there, and this woman was going. She had her hand to her throat, and they're like, she's choking. So she was on the end part of the booth.
Had to put her down.
So I just literally stood her up. I grabbed her by her shoulders. I stood her up because she was sitting down in a booth. I stood her up, got behind her, and I just, everything I had. I mean, I probably, Grandma, I guarantee I might have cracked a rib on her. I mean, because you got to put that much when you're doing the Heimlich, man. You if you're gonna get listen, you may have to do it 2 or 3 times to get that lodged piece of prime rib that Grandma has in her esophagus down, but not with me, man. I gave her one, and it flew. I'm not kidding you. And the reason why I know it was prime rib because I could see it. You know how prime rib has that little bit of fat around it, right? And it's real pink. So it was a pink piece of prime rib. And I'm not kidding you. It went from me to probably past Dan.
Wow.
And peom right on the floor. So I yoked her out. I yoked her out of the booth, got behind her, just went bam on the Heimlich behind her.
First pump or second pump?
First. and it went, on the floor, and then she's like trying to grab her breath because, I estimate they were asking for help for like 30 seconds before I even was alerted to it. She probably went 45 seconds with, no air, which, I think the average person can maybe hold their breath for 45 seconds, but grandma probably can't. And this isn't the same as holding your breath. Like, you are choking.
Yeah, you're panicking, and you're not, preparing to hold your breath where you like hyperventilate first.
Like, hey, if we all said, hey, everybody keep your mouth shut and squeeze your nose and let's hold our breath for 45 seconds. Okay, ready? Go. That's a controlled environment that we are doing to ourselves, that we know that if you start kind of not feeling so good, you just let your nose, you just unpinch your nose and start breathing, or open up your mouth. Like Lummy, it's not a life or death situation.
Of course.
Only Lummy would hold it and maybe pass himself out.
Me to let it go.
Yeah. So, it's a very controlled deal when you hold your breath, but when you're choking, I got to think you're going through an unbelievable amount of anxiety. You're probably rushing through your head that you might die. Like nobody is getting up to help you. So they came over, and I didn't even get my bill paid for that.
Really?
No.
No, neither did I when I did it too.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. The restaurant should pay your bill.
The restaurant gave me 25% off.
Well, that was nice. And the person whose life you saved should pay your bill.
No, I just when they left before we did, and
they should have said thank you and made a big fuss over you.
No, they did. The grandma, the husband and the wife. The other 4 people kind of went to the car, but the husband and the wife, the woman that I did it to, she said, I don't know who you are, but you're my angel today. And I am so thankful for what you did. And then they offered. They offered, can we pay for your dinner?
That's appropriate.
And I go, no, you know what? I didn't do it. No, I appreciate the offer, and I'm glad everything's okay. I'm happy. Thank you. And you know what? And then I said, thank you for thanking me. That means a lot.
I saved a guy's life that was at a table of 16 people, 2 tables of 8. There were 16 people. Imagine what their bill was.
Oh, my God.
I saved the old man's life, and they barely said frickin' thank you, let alone offered to pay for a drink.
One of these big fancy places here in town?
Burns.
Okay, so you're at
the fanciest.
Yeah, the absolute fanciest, to the point where maybe not everybody even in this building has been to Burns.
It's hard to. It's a 2-month wait to get in there.
Seth, have you been to Burns?
Yeah, for my brother's rehearsal dinner.
All right, so that was a thing. But never probably just you and Phoebe say, hey, let's go to Burns, because literally it's a 2-month wait. You got to call up.
I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah, it all turns into poop. Like, a $17 steak from Longhorn Lummy turns into the same poop that a $97 steak from Burn turns into. Lummy, have you been to Burns?
Yes, many times.
I think if you've lived in this town long enough, you've been there one time to see what the hoopla is, and I think you take back, wow, this is a lot about nothing. They cram you all in some kind of room that looks from the 70s. Right?
The red room.
I'd be like, man, when are you guys going to update? Listen, being retro is cool, but man, I feel like I'm, part of the Partridge Family living room right now or something.
It's more like mafia decoration, like Italian, sort of late 60s and then 70s.
And maybe that's kind of still like it'll never change because that's the gimmick, right?
Right.
I thought it was really cool too. They had the fish tanks in the back that they
Rhett, you've 26, 25-year-old dude. You ever been to Burns?
No.
Yeah, don't. And I'm
wasting money.
Absolutely go. It's better value than Charlie's or
Rhett. If there's ever an instance where you're part of a situation where somebody wants to treat you to go to Burns,
oh hell yeah, all day.
Go and live like a king. But don't ever go and have to be the guy that pays.
No chance.
Okay? Because it is so. Dan, have you ever taken your family of 4? Wife, 2 kids, yourself. Have you ever gone to Burns as a family?
Yes.
And what's the average bill? Be honest.
It's about 70.
Little Danny gets the Seafood Tower.
Well, and it's not just dinner either. You got to do like
Drinks.
the Sugar Shack after, whatever, the dessert room.
Upstairs, yes.
Yeah, the upstairs dessert room. That's at least $100. Just getting out of the dessert room. I mean, these desserts are like $26.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if you remember back in the day, you could get you could get a piece of pie or the chocolate lava cake or whatever for like $11.
Yep.
$8 for the dessert. These desserts are $50 and stuff. So Dan, if you were to try to calculate all the times you as a family have been to Burns, what's your average bill?
We got to remember the kids aren't drinking alcohol, so it's 500, 400 or 500.
Yeah, family price taking an adult couple that both get drinks. That's a $200 swing, ain't it?
It could be easily, yes. Especially if you start getting that fancy wine, because some of those wines are really expensive. You're a jobber if you buy a $100 bottle of wine there.
They'll come. They know it's a Diaco, and so they'll come and be like, they'll bring this aged bottle of wine from like 1941, and be like, we got a 1941
which was what sounds to me too.
From France. It's a very, very red wine. It's really
big
good.
Bordeaux.
It's a big Bordeaux. It's really good for when you're in it really complements steak, nice, meat. It really kicks in the gimmick, and it's only $72 a glass.
Yes, it's
or you can buy the bottle for $4.50. So you're like, $72 for wine, and I don't even know that people really like wine.
No, some people really do.
Wine is as good to them as like a white Monster is to me.
Right. Some people
it wouldn't be uncommon for me to knock off 2-3 white Monsters a day.
Easy, yeah.
Like I like that. I like that taste. So is there people that really, 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 really like the taste?
They have wine cellars and things like that, Bubba, in their houses.
That doesn't mean I had a wine cellar in my house and I didn't like wine.
Oh.
Yeah, but some people really like wine.
There's a little bit of showboating when it comes to wine.
But a really good wine, Bubba, like a really good wine is different than what you normally drink.
See, so what I did with my wine cellar, and it was atmospheric controlled. It stayed at 52, so it's like and it had a dehumidifier in there, and it was all brick, and it had all these wine, 2 walls of like a wine holders, and so I just was part of this wine club, Lummy.
Yeah.
Because listen, when you're talking about, you're trying to better yourself on the ass factor when they're coming over to the house. So
right.
So when they first walk in at Lummy, first of all, they got to get they have to stop
Take off the shoes.
No, first of all, they have to stop at a real guard gate that's manned by a human being.
Right.
That's nice.
And say, I'm here to see Bubba Clem. And then they say, hold on a second. And then they call me and say, hey,
Trixie.
I had this one dude. His name was Robert, and he saw all the act. Like, boy, that would be a guy to enter all the guard shacks that protected my home over the years, and the stuff that came through there. So Robert would call and says, "Hey, Bubba, you got another one? Blonde, big boobs, driving like a Mustang or something. What's your name, honey? My name's Christine. Her name's Christine. You want her in? Yeah, let her in. Okay, boom." So that instantaneously gets you, Dan, like a certain level. Like you're automatically kind of on your way to being a pimp when they have to get in that way.
Right.
And then when they pull in your house and they see that it's a mansion.
Right.
It's 6,300 square feet, 3 big garage bays, a circular what are those called? Paver with a big island in the middle with trees and all, and then landscape lighting.
Yeah, your house was nice.
Landscape lighting. Okay, so now Lummy, your panties are almost off. Then Lummy, they walk in up 11 flights, and they open this door up, and there's a 500-gallon exotic fish tank. That is the focal point, in a baby grand piano, and then you can 18 by 18 marble with big chandeliers. And Lummy, I'd have some jazz music playing through the whole entire house with the lights just proper. And then they're like,
Did you have one of those pianos too?
Yeah, I had a grand piano
that played itself.
Yep.
Yeah,
but
awesome.
I didn't ever have it. I would just pipe in jazz through the entire house rather than piano. We would only do that for the kids for Christmas, play piano songs. But boy, the baby grand looked good in the corner.
I'm sure
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let me. Then the first thing they're like, "Oh my God, your house is so pretty." And more often than not, they would want, "Can I see it?" They would want to see it.
Of course.
So now you give them a tour of your house. Well, here's my game room, and here's my 1 bedroom. Here's the pool bath. Here's my 5-man shower. Here's the master bedroom with the 31-inch.
And by the time you got to the end of the tour, they were naked because they were so ready to have sex with the guy that owned a house like that.
Here's my movie theater. Let's go upstairs. This is a mother-in-law suite where you can have a guest. They have their own kitchen. You can see they have the own jacuzzi tub. Then over to the side over here is a 8-person movie theater. And now let me add, the entire house has all of my gold and platinum, records from like Creed and Motley Crue. And then I got like, my extensive
guitar collection.
Oh, yeah. That's all throughout the house.
You had sports jerseys too.
Sports jerseys.
Everything.
And so they're like, by the time you get done showing them the house, I mean, a lot of times you just get oral right in the middle of the tour.
Exactly.
So there you go.
I was just saying,
they couldn't take their clothes off fast enough.
But even me being that pimpus, I never, ever, ever have bought anything like gone to Burns and had to pay. No way. $800 when it just turns into poop. Culver's will do the same for $40, and I'll have better service at Culver's. I promise you that. I love Culver's.
So TNT
Dan, you
burger.
ever eat at Culver's?
I even know what that is.
You don't know? Oh, yeah. He doesn't have one near him.
You got
Bubba.
such a rich palate that you don't even know what.
Well, he doesn't really have one near him. There's not really one in South Tampa yet.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not even familiar with what it is.
So, Gene and I. This was up yesterday. This got released yesterday at 5:00, and it's on right now. It's exclusively on our YouTube channel, YouTube at the Bubba Army. Go subscribe and get updates because I got to tell you, Lemmy, if there was one thing, if you listen to the show and there was just one thing that you didn't want to follow us on Twitter, you didn't want to follow us on Instagram, you didn't want to TikTok us, if there was just one thing that really gives you some exclusive content of stuff that you just can't, it's our YouTube channel. We got so much exclusive stuff up there that you can't find anywhere else. And if you're a true fan of the show, this is kind of a behind the scenes portion of us being on the air, right? Living our life,
Exactly.
So I do a food review, and now that food review has turned into where, like, I think Maria Guatemala and the Merch Crick are doing them. I think, Lummy, didn't you just do one?
Yeah, right. Myself and Gary Cantrell.
Right. And has that been posted, or are we going to hold that for next week?
I think it'll go up next week, but it's up there unlisted.
Yeah, so you know what, Rhett? Can we make that next week's one?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
That was the plan. If this didn't go up yesterday, then it was going to be the other one.
Perfect. So we got a food review in the can. I know that I have to do one individually. I know, Seth, did you want to do one with me one day? Like just me and you?
I thought he was doing something with Brian.
Oh, the Soy Boy. Soy Boy Express.
I don't know if that's gonna. Brian said he was so busy yesterday he didn't have time to listen to music. So I don't know if he's gonna have time to actually go out and do things.
You guys will get some tofu bowls.
The Soy Boy Express. So anyway,
no rush, but that Colton video's there too. Whenever.
Yeah, I sent it to your messenger.
Thank you. So man, again, all this stuff, like the Colton stuff, I'm going to play here momentarily. Of him interviewing people in Warsaw, Indiana, as to who they think the most famous person from that little town is. That video or the teaser of it, I have that will live on YouTube. All of our food reviews live on YouTube. Your goat report.
Yeah.
Every Sunday or Saturday or Sunday you come back to the studios because you just cannot stand to be away from your babies.
No.
And does your wife ever say you're spending too much time with the goats?
No.
And not enough time with Walker?
No. She sees that people love the goats and watching it.
Is he allowed near the goats again still? Or is he still
No,
like,
I don't think he's been allowed.
Well, we let him that one time. He was good. That was the one the duck tried to attack us.
Lummy, do you know, man, in referring to a time that you brought Walker as a baby, and our goat named Baby is very jealous of Lummy's affection.
Yes.
And like if Lummy starts being more affectionate and petting or talking to, we have two goats. One's name's Hootie, and he didn't have any horns, but he's got a harder head. And then there's another one called Baby. Now, Baby, they're both boys, and Baby is always trying to butt F Hootie. all the time. Am I not right, Lemon? You're like he's always trying to do it. Now they don't do it, but he does. But his little red rocket comes out and he thinks he's doing it, right?
Yeah, but now I've realized that Hootie wants it.
Oh, so hold on.
Hootie's wanting it now.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on, Lemmy. You now get into the psyche of what the animal wants.
Well, I mean, you can kind of tell. He kind of goes over. He puts his tongue out, pees on his face, kind of like rubs up against baby, kind of bugs him. Says like, "Come on, buddy, just give it to me."
Do you think they're maybe homosexual goats?
Yes.
Well, they don't have any other options, man. Just like they're in jail. They want to ejaculate. It's only one way.
Right. I mean, I'm not gay, but if I was in jail, if I wanted to have any action, you might have to turn gay.
I think once your goats go gay, it's time to set them free.
I don't think they might not be able to survive in the wild.
Yeah, we're not doing Lasker here.
They're going to go try to have sex with other goats and like get killed?
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know, better than getting my face pissed on and boned for the rest of my life.
But that's what they want. That's part of the setup.
Yeah, they love it.
Well, let me seem depressed when he was laying out the scenario, so it didn't seem like it was that exciting for anybody.
I'm sorry, my two goats are in love with each other.
It's all right. You
and
still
they're
love
both
them.
boys. Who cares?
They're both boys. I mean, like, you got to be accepted.
We promote that. We accept that. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
That's you know what? That's Hootie's and Baby's choice now, isn't it?
Yes,
exactly.
Let's not tell Gene this story.
No. So anyway,
can we turn one into a female goat?
You can say Hootie's a female goat.
I think that might be animal cruelty.
We're PETA.
Changing.
I thought
gender.
we're progressive.
I don't know if that goes with goats.
It's cruelty to animals, but not to children.
Okay,
it's just the way it is, Seth.
So anyway, listen, me and Lasker go do. Now we find that this place called Lasker goes. Man, there's this place called TNT Burger. Everybody down in Drew Park.
Mike Thurman, $20.
Everybody down in Drew Park's talking about it. And I'm like, okay, well, let's look at it. So we go to TNTburger.com. I don't even know what the hell the website is. We go to it, and it shows this $99 hamburger. And the reason why it's $99 is because it's wrapped in edible gold. And so, and Lasker's like, yeah. I'm like, well, let's get the gold burger. I'll buy it. I mean, I'm not expecting you to buy it. We'll split it in half. And it's at the corner of Dale Mabry and Hamilton, from where we can gather. So we go to the corner of Dale Mabry and Hamilton, and it's this little roadside. Okay, at 24 minutes is where I can go to. But let me just look what it looks like. This is what you pull up to. So, hold on. That's TNT Burger. That's TNT Burger right there.
I'd be afraid to park my car in that garage.
So that's what we pull up to, and you can see us talking about the outside, and we don't know about this. And Lasker's like, I ain't going in there. Call it off. I'm like, no, Gene, come on. We've driven all. You've come from Land O'Lakes, and I've come from the West Shore area. Let's just
make the best of this.
Let's make the best of it. And so we find out that they don't have the Gold Burger there. They have the Gold Burger at their restaurant. This has been around for this roadside TNT Burger gimmick has been around since 2000, but the other one just opened up like a year or so ago, and it's an actual sit-down mortar and brick restaurant, and it's closer to Plant High School, and that's where the $99 Gold Wrap Burger is, not the Roadside Willie.
So they've been there for
25.
They've been there for 24 years, and they still only have a carport?
They've only been there since 2020.
Oh, okay. So 4 years. Okay.
Now, they've been there 4 years, and I guess just mostly like in the last year, they've decided to take this roadside TNT Burger concept to a brick and mortar down by Plant, and that's where you get the 99. You can't get to 99 here. You can't. So I'm like, well, listen, we're already up here. This is stuff that you guys, that was all throughout the movie, and you'll see once you go watch it. I finally calmed Gene down. He's a handful. Gene's a handful. He really is. And I finally get him calmed down to listen, Gene. Let's just go ahead and they got this thing called the COVID-19 burger, where they put these syringes of their special sauce on the top of their burger. It's kind of ingenious. And then you squeeze their special sauce into the burger, and there it is. So we all decide to get the infusion burger. And it's me, and it's Gene, and it's his son, Coben. Coben's funnier than hell. Here's two parts of this video that I like to share with you, which might make you want to watch it. This is Gene saying something. Here we go.
Internet and advertise for $99.99 burger, which is the most ridiculous thing I've heard of in my whole life. And then you get there and you don't got the gold.
So Gene's bitching the fact that, let me tell you something, go down there and get you a 99-cent burger, and they get down there, and again, I'll play it for you again, but he's saying like, you gotta speak Gene Lasker I gotta probably rig up a different microphone system for when I do outside things, because I don't think the standard iPhone with no microphone attachment, I think it picks up too much background noise, and it's tough to hear dialogue, so I'll have to make that adjustment. But I
have another idea. Maybe do subtitles when Gene speaks.
Maybe.
Something you can't get on the internet and advertise for $99.
You know what? Rhett might be able to go and put I think there's a button you can hit.
Well, Bubba, will you hit the CC and see what they think it says?
This is even funnier, probably.
Oh, you know what? To see how they interpret Gene Lasker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to probably show you what the
This is disgusting.
This is like
with the thing on the side.
This is absolutely revolting.
All right, so this is what it looks like. So the shot is right there. Can you see the shot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big burger. That's a big burger. All right, Gene, go ahead. Hold on now. Gene,
meat gazers.
But what if I don't like that? Hold on, watch this. So let's go like this and reverse engineer it. Oh, the whole end's out.
Garlic sauce, cheesy sauce.
All right, perfect. Thank you, buddy. No, this keeps it together. This just keeps it together.
Now, Coben thinks that the two little sandwich holders, the two little pieces of plastic things that just keep the hamburger together, he thinks they're needles. Coben thinks they're needles. And I'm like, no. These are just plastic little spears, so to speak, that keep the hamburger together.
So let's just reverse engineer it. I can do mine. You guys.
All right, so I go ahead and just show you all the ingredients and stuff, and then we decide to go ahead and blast our burgers. 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
No, you inject it. All right, so I just injected mine. Coben got his. Okay, now I'm thinking, you got to kind of, in order just for manageability, you got to have to kind of smash it a little bit.
So here we go. Here's Lasker. He's got half of it on his lip.
He does.
And he's gonna break it down as to why we don't have the gold burger.
I said you can't get on the internet and advertise for $99.99 burger, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of in my whole life. And then you get there and you don't got the gold.
I mean, you know what? Closed captioning nailed it.
Yeah, it did. It's surprising.
Now, Rhett, can you turn that on for the entire video for everybody, or do they have to turn it on themselves?
Yes, everyone on YouTube who's watching it can turn those on. I'm sorry.
Okay, they can, but we don't have the ability to do it by default. I don't think, or if we do, it has to be when you upload it. I think.
Right.
Okay.
You can't do that. Coben, hold on. Coben's got it pretty damn good. He's pretty fucking sharp, too.
Coben's got it all broke down. Coben's going to tell you all about it. Here you go. This comes from a 12-year-old that Dan coached. Great kid. Great kid.
He's a great kid.
Not the most athletic kid in the world.
He caught touchdowns.
But I'll tell you this.
He scored.
You would never catch that kid talking back at you.
Nope.
You wouldn't catch him being silly.
Mm-mm.
You wouldn't catch him doing anything other than just being a polite kid.
Yes, he sure is.
A Gene Lasker shirt,
that's
too.
Gene Lasker's new O2 gunslinger shirt. Yeah. Here we go. So here's Colton's breakdown.
Fair, we were looking at the restaurant place, not this place, right? And he just said that.
Actually, Coben's smarter than Gene, okay? Oh. Just want everybody to know that. Coben is actually smarter than Gene.
Place is the Goldberger.
Yeah.
So.
And it's indoors. So they didn't sucker us into this place, is what you're trying to say?
So hold on. So when Gene throws him a negative connotation that could be possibly construed to be negative to Gene, even when Gene sets him up, he won't get Coben to co-sign. No, I didn't say that. Did you see that, Lummy?
Yeah.
Like the kid said, no, I didn't say that. The kid didn't want his ass whipped.
So.
And it's indoors. So they didn't sucker us into this place, is what you're trying to say? I'm just an idiot for picking the wrong place.
All right, so hold on. So Lasker.
Now he's like, it's a trap.
So Lasker's trying to throw him in a trap, right?
Yeah, don't fall for it.
Yeah, Lasker's like, so okay, let me tell you something. Since you wouldn't say that, then you'd say I'm the idiot that picked the wrong place. You think so?
I didn't get that one.
Some kids might say, yeah, not even really analyzing what you're saying.
It's a trap.
And listen to this kid. You can't. This kid's so well trained and so laser locked on having Gene's back and loves Gene so much. Listen to this.
Sucker us into this place, is what you're trying to say? I'm just an idiot for picking the wrong place.
Yeah. No.
I didn't say that, man.
He knows better.
He said, I didn't say that, man.
Hate falling into that pit.
Hold on. This is the funniest ever. Here we go.
Wrong place,
Yeah. No.
Why?
I'm not going to say that. And then Gene goes, why?
Listen, I ain't saying that. It says I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that.
Gene's laughing because he realized how afraid he is of Gene.
What's that?
Gene's laughing because he realized how afraid the kid is of Gene at that moment.
Gene just runs a tight ship.
I ain't saying that.
Would you be willing to add Gene more into your food reviews? Or do you think this is just a one-off?
No, I think I need to do Gene. He needs to be part of, maybe once a month I do something with Gene.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he looks like he's pissed off, and I think that would go really, really well in the smart car.
Listen, Gene's his starting point is being a dick. Like his starting point, when he walks into anywhere, his starting point isn't, I'm glad to be here, I'm going to have a great experience. His starting point is, what's going to piss me off so that I can bitch about?
I know, he even brings donuts when he comes in on the show, but he's even angry when he gives them to us.
He brings donuts, but doesn't want to share.
Hold on, this is how, listen, most people bring donuts. Most people with some type of, I don't know, less barbaric than Gene. Yeah. Most people bring donuts, and they would either do one or two things. They would bring them into here and have their little box and say, hey, guys, I brought donuts. They're over here on the bar. Just help yourself with them. Or, hey, guys, I brought donuts, and they're out there in the kitchen, so help yourself with them. Gene comes in. He has donuts, and he throws them on my desk right here and goes, I got some donuts if you want them over there by the sponge. That's how he does. Am I right?
Yeah. No.
They're over there by the sponge.
He already took his out.
Yeah.
He just throws them at us.
Yes, I am.
So now Gene breaks down Coben.
I hope you don't run over you dumb shit like yours.
Oh. Did you see what he said there? Yeah. He goes, I'm raising a good kid. I hope he didn't run over and do...
Man, wow. That's...
Turn again.
No, I'm out.
You don't raise up and do dumb shit like yours.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my food review with Gene.
I sent you the Colton video too. We can just see back to back.
Might as well just clear that whole topic out to go to words.
Yeah. Let's see what Warsaw's all about.
We're not that late, are we? Are we?
No, you took that good early break.
Well, we're late. Three.
Yeah,
we're 3. Oh, no, yeah, we're way late. We're way late. Oh, this is one of the car washes at Warsaw, Indiana,
Detroit and Warsaw. Hello.
This is Warsaw, Indiana, and this is just a little taste of what Colton did in Warsaw, Indiana.
I just have a quick question for you guys. I'm sorry. Who do you guys think is the most famous person in Warsaw, Indiana? Okay, understood.
Turn that goddamn This is Warsaw,
We're
Indiana.
going viral, baby.
Oh my God, they're gonna whoop his ass.
I mean, hold on. I mean, Colton just walks up and they think he's on. See, the reason why is because Colton. Nobody looks like Colton in Warsaw.
They called him in Iraq.
This is the way people look like in Warsaw. They're real white, and you know, like Colton looks.
Did they think he was a pothead for Palestine?
No, they probably thought he was a terrorist.
Bubba, do you want to come back with us so we catch back up?
Yeah. Let's do that because I think this is gonna have legs in itself, don't you think?
Yes.
All right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Because I think that could probably go outside of the Bubba Army.
Yeah.
You might even be able to shorten it, isn't it? Can they be a minute 31, or are they supposed to be less?
No, Instagram and
Instagram and Twitter, you're fine with a buck 30.
yeah, well, TikTok. Yeah,
Brett, we were talking about maybe trying to cut that up into something like that could go viral. Two old fucks, two.
Yeah, 2 old fucks in Indiana.
Do you want to watch the uncensored one during break or?
No, I'll just watch it. Yeah, because I know what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's just they come right out of the gate.
Right.
That's good shit. I mean, we would play that on this show.
What?
2 old people going crazy.
Oh, if this was from Nashville, Tennessee, right? Or,
Yeah.
Cummings, Georgia, small town.
Like if Libs of TikTok tweeted this, we'd be all over it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta pee. Are you good? Are you good with chat?
Uptight white people from Indiana. Right?
Yeah. Well, we should actually just say that Colton is Iranian. That way, it's like we have racial undertones.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, we hate that. We don't like Iran. It's Iraq. Iraq's fine. Iran's the problem. Okay.
But we need to think like people worse. Like what sounds the worst? I am a Iraqi.
Iraqi's probably the worst thing you can get called in Indiana.
Right. So Colton needs to go around and say, hey, so I just want you to know I'm Iraqi and I've never been to Warsaw. So that needs to be his new gimmick that he's Iraqi, no matter where he goes. No matter where he goes, he's Iraqi.
Man, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good gimmick or not. But
I do.
I still like Roller Boy or whatever the fuck he was.
Bottom Boy.
Bottom Boy. He's very versatile with his characters.
See you, Sheriff. Good morning. Stumpy, what's up? It's 8:30 in the morning.
No, this picture here. It's just birthday. The guy listens to the show.
Oh.
Since it's just birthday. It's
Oh,
like
right.
indoor like amusement.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's for adults?
Well, it's for everyone.
Kids and adults. I see a lot of adults in this.
Okay. Video games.
Where is it?
Citrus Park Mall.
Citrus Park?
Yeah, it's over by Sears.
What's up, John Poole?
Go-karts. Owen Alley.
Oh, that's fun. 305 Express, Neil Montplaisir. Haas.
We can go out today. You and I will go race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, man.
Jesse. Pro-Human, Powwow, Ohio. Jesse Services.
He's the biggest Longhorn Steakhouse groupie. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Make sure you go to our YouTube channel at the Bubba Army. The video I'm going to play will be part of a, I think, bigger video that once Colton gets back and gets all of this footage from Indiana, I think he said he roughed it in, but then he's going to see if Red or Gary can kind of put a little bit of magic on it, and it's Colton's Indiana trip video. And so was it Monday, or I forget, it was Monday or Tuesday
that he called in?
Yeah.
It was Monday. Was it? No, it was Monday. He zoomed in.
So he calls up Monday. He actually FaceTimes the show. Now, his girlfriend, is it Shelby?
Yes.
His girlfriend, he's been with her for quite a while now, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
You know what?
She's really good for him.
She's a good girl.
Yeah, they're great for each other.
Yeah, she's really a good girl. One, she's attractive, but like she just she's cool with Colton's hustle and his grind and his nonsense and his showmanship. And Colton is just one of a kind, right?
Yeah, Mike Thurman, $20, Iraqi Lloyd Christmas.
I mean, I think Colton is he's a hell of a catch.
He is.
I mean, if we could just be intellectually honest for a moment.
Well, and here's the deal: if you look at yourself as a woman's perspective, and then you look at Colton, and you see, the other guys that you've gone out with that are unmotivated or might play video games all. How old is Colton? 25.
He's going to be 30 soon, right?
Yeah, he's going to be 30 soon.
So the average 30-year-old guy is either doing real good and doing and well on his way to to maybe a good career, or he's just a lazy piece of shiz that maybe even might still live with his parents.
Right.
And he's just combing the internet all day because he ain't got nothing to do.
He still lives at home though, doesn't he?
Yeah, but but Colton is a hustler.
Oh, listen, I agree. I think Colton is a guy. I'm not going to sit here and go over all the reasons why I would date him if I was a woman, but I mean, the guy can do it all. I mean, isn't that what women want? A guy that can do it all.
Yeah, and
he's sensitive. He's funny,
and they want a guy. They want a guy that's kind of
resourceful.
Resourceful. A little, just a go getter.
Adaptable.
A go getter.
He's adaptable.
So Colton is that
flat hair.
He's just got so many great qualities about himself. So he's in Warsaw, Indiana. On Monday or Tuesday of last week. He is so resourceful. He got a hold of my sister and got some information from like my very first house at 1915 Rosemont. And so he decided to go to Warsaw, Indiana on kind of like a Colton Investigates kind of deal.
Yeah.
The hometown of, Bubba, the guy I kind of work for. He's part of Colton's part of the team, ain't he?
You paying him?
I pay him a little bit here and there.
Okay. Yes, he is.
Yeah. Colton, you know what Colton is, Lemmy? He's kind of like that. He's kind of like a free ambassador. He's like a product ambassador.
Yeah.
I
can see that.
Yeah.
So he gets 30% off Bubba merch?
What? No,
he's like the hot chicks we send out to promote Monster.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
He's on the promotional team.
He's a promotional model.
Colton is our only promotional team. Colton is, like some big time radio stations, they'll have a promotional team that has like 3 or 4 college interns, directed by the promotion director, and that's what they got. Well, we got Colton. He's our promotional machine. team. He's our promotional team, along with us. So he goes to Warsaw, Indiana, and live, and he goes live on Zoom or FaceTime from my home, from where I grew up at 1915 Rosemont, which looks like just straight white Trizash now.
What do you want to name this, Bubba? Iraqi gets attacked by two elderly Indianians, or whatever you guys are called?
Listen, I think even though Colton isn't Iraqian, I think we need to.
We got to work it.
We got to clickbait this up.
Innocent Iraqi refugee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Iraqi refugee asks old white people questions in Indiana. Something like that, right? And maybe, I don't think you say Warsaw. I think you make it a little more vague and just make the whole state of Indiana want to see.
Small town in Indiana?
Yeah, small town in Indiana. Iraqi.
Interrogation goes awry.
No. You don't want that. You want it because he's just asking a question, and old white people.
White supremacists from small town Indiana.
There we go. No.
That's a good word for the
Grand Wizard attacks Iraqi immigrants.
No. It just they have to represent just the standard old white mean couple. The white mean elderly couple from Indiana, which that's what Indiana's full of. That's what Indiana's full of.
I'll let it a Trump.
Because the younger kids get the hell out of here when they can.
I'll edit a Trump flag in the background and make it a big political thing.
Yeah.
Right. Ken and Karen attack a Palestinian.
In small town Indiana. I don't know. Here it is. And here's the thing, man. We need to start playing that. Colton is Iraqi. We need to start playing that gimmick. Because I don't know. I mean,
look, we got to go with what they say, okay? If these elderly people say he looks like that, they've been on this earth longer than we have, Lummy.
Right.
And
they know.
And listen, they're the audience we're trying to they're the ones that determine what they think, what these old uptight, mean-ass white couple, what they think Colton is what he's going to be.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Because that's truly what the public potentially perceives. Let's not put our spin on what we think Colton is. Let's play the video and let us tell what these old white racist, mean Indiana.
Islamophobia.
Here we go.
Detroit and Warsaw. Hello, I just have a quick question.
You can almost just let me, if you're going to make it shorter, I would pick it up from right here.
Just have a quick question.
I wouldn't even.
Detroit and Warsaw.
Boom. I think you pick it up right here.
I got it.
Hello, I just have a quick question for you guys. I'm sorry. Who do you guys think is the most famous person in Warsaw?
Mind you, all they see is an Iraqi coming to them. Now, let me just tell you what this picture in itself shows a lot of. These are two white old-timers from Warsaw, Indiana that are washing their not new but like maybe 2 or 3 year old Ford that they bought down at Warsaw Ford, and they're old school because the new school girls they don't help the guy, but the old-timers, these women get out and help the guy clean the car. How many times have you been to a car wash and the girl's in there on her cell phone and the guy's out doing all the work?
Yeah.
That's today's kid. Now, back in the day, the old time, these people are probably my age, right? These are probably,
no, they got to be a little older than you, Bubba.
But you can automatically tell that she's an old timer because she's out helping.
Did you skip the whole thing?
No, did I? No.
Yeah, you went all the way to 111.
Jesus
we were just at,
Christ.
we were at 7 seconds.
I know.
We were at.
Okay, I got you, lover.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I got a lot of things going on over here.
I know. I'm sorry.
Who do you guys think is the most famous person in Warsaw, Indiana? Okay, understood.
Turn that goddamn camera the other way.
Who do you think is the
Get out of here.
Who do you think is the most? Don't touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the
arrested. You will get arrested.
This is my hometown. This is my hometown.
That's my Colton.
This is my hometown.
Arrested, sir.
Get that camera off of me, asshole.
Have you ever heard of Bubba the Love Sponge? A Bubba the Love Sponge.
Even Grandma, last exclamation point. Get the out of here.
He didn't stop. Colton is the
We've
man.
got to play this again. I mean, they really got triggered.
There's more.
And okay. And Dan, here's the thing. Like, he didn't ask them anything that should trigger a normal person. You know, he didn't walk up and say, "Hey, praise Allah, Jesus is stupid," or like, you know,
or a nice car,
or nothing, or you know, can I borrow $5? He just asked, "Do you know who he was trying to ask?" They wouldn't even let him ask a question. They wouldn't even ask him, like, what if the question was, how would you, if you can add 4 + 4, I'll give you $300. We're a YouTube channel where we give away free money. What if that was the question?
Yeah, no kidding.
God, people are mean.
I was asking, we're here doing a mini series, sir.
Oh, it gets better.
I'll ask this gentleman, no big deal. We're just doing a mini series. Doing a mini series here out of Warsaw. Have you ever heard of the name? Well, actually, here you go. I'll show you. I'll show you.
So now what? No,
that old man gonna get his ass whooped with that kind of attitude. Come on.
But here's the deal. Like, what has Colton done
to deserve that?
To deserve you to be this mad to now start threatening this guy with the busted jaw? Like,
don't old people know they're old?
But I know, but like Colton, like he wasn't disrespectful. He didn't ask them an out of bounds question. He didn't say anything, you know, religiously or he didn't go in there. I'm sure this is Trump country. I'm sure he didn't go in there with a Joe Biden flag. He just said, "Sir, can I ask you a question?" That's it.
Trying to figure out what's going on.
Who do you think is the most famous man in Warsaw, Indiana?
I do not know.
If I showed you this article here, would that make sense to you?
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You ever heard of that name?
No.
That's all. We're here in Warsaw. This is Warsaw, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're just here in Warsaw, asking people if they ever heard of the name Bubba the Love Sponge. That's all. But I see this gentleman here is having a hissy fit about it, so I'll just go ahead and leave.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take care. Have a great day.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
That guy was normal.
Yeah, see, that's what I think most normal people would be like.
Mm-hmm.
Answer your question. Okay, see you there, buddy.
Cat and Karen.
Colton wasn't even shook at all.
No.
All right, sir. No need to get your panties in a bunch. Have a great day.
Hold on. Oh, man, hold on.
Furthest thing from it. Born and raised here in America.
Hold on. I think he's yelling the Iraqi racial term now. Now, hold on.
No Iraqi here, sir. I'm born and raised in America.
Let's cut that part out. We'll cut the part out that he was born and raised in America.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, so, Seth, I think at this point we've answered our question.
Wow.
Colton is Iraqi.
Yes, he is.
I mean, the people of Indiana have spoken. I'm sorry, the racist, mad, white grandma and grandpa of Indiana have spoken. Colton is, Lummy, from now on, Iraqi.
Iraqi Colton.
And I guarantee you, with all of the things that he gets himself into, if we play should we get him an Iraqi outfit, maybe?
What is an Iraqi outfit?
I don't know. What's the flag of Iraqi?
Well, you get an Iraqi flag, but they don't usually wear that.
A lot of people that are representing their country will drape themselves with their flag.
Whatever he was wearing was Iraqi enough, you know?
Was probably a Bubba Army shirt.
Probably a Bubba
polo
Army
and
shirt.
some khakis.
Yeah. So anyway, I went to Dan's yesterday, Dan's office. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. And Dan now has, so he's like, Dan, Bubba, you got to come see this new piece of machinery I got. I'm like, what do you got? He goes, the majority of my services are, female skewing. I'd like to be able to utilize my brand and offer something for the guys. There's probably a lot of dudes out here. This is a big industry. This is a huge industry. And Dan now kind of has the latest machine in the hair implant industry. And so if you were to look at my screen right now, Seth has given me permission to use this. And I actually asked Seth privately, hey, Seth, when you did the hair replacement gimmick, was that like a public thing? And Seth was like, yeah, it was part of a radio endorsement. So, yes, you can talk about it. So even Seth, on the latter part of his Cox career, what was your local people? I'm like, Dan's not afraid of competition. Who the people did yours?
I think it was like Hair Restoration 911. I'm not sure if it's called that anymore, but it was Dr. Marty Mag.
Okay, so
out in Lakewood Ranch.
I wonder if they're doing and Lummy or Dan, did you send Lummy
Yes, I sent him the animation.
The trailer of, like, your machine, the company probably has a trailer that they send to doctors to potentially be interested in purchasing their machine.
I sent you the link.
You did?
There's two I sent. One was like a cartoon animation, and one was the website.
Let me see here.
I just got the website, but hey, look at my text.
Let me see.
It should be in your messenger.
Which one? Which is it? A
the
link?
Yeah, the link.
But God, you sent me.
It's the last one I sent. I resent it.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. We got so much stuff going on here. Now, of course, that goes behind there. Jesus, God Almighty! All right, here we go. Okay, this is perfect. So, Seth, when you did it, this is the machine, the NeoGraft hair restoration machine, and that's all it is.
Yes.
And was that similar to what you did?
I believe that's what it was. Yeah.
Oh, so it might have been this actual.
Well, no, I didn't get. I think they did it manually. I think they put 2,500 follicles in.
Right.
I think they
Here's my question: is how'd they harvest? Did they take a strip, or did they take little plugs and harvest?
They took it from like the back of my neck.
But did they take a strip of hair and sew it with stitches, or did they just take a bunch of little hole punches?
I think they did a bunch of little hole punches.
I sent you a video too, Bubba, the thing.
So it sounds like, Dan,
similar.
If it wasn't this exact machine, it's something very similar.
Yes.
That what Seth had done.
Traditional strip harvesting.
As to what Dan had done.
Right.
So anyway, I go over to see Dan, and he shows me this new machine, and it's pretty badass. And he's like, "This." By the way, this is Seth's before. Seth, why the swollen?
He had it done. That's after. That's right after.
I had it done, and I didn't sleep elevated, and so you can kind of see it a little bit on the top. I'm trying to find more pictures, but all of my follicles were bleeding. You could see like the blood on the top of my head.
So did that go down into your eyes?
No, just all over my scalp, and then you see I got so puffy, and then
what's this? What's
it's
this
edema?
from?
It's just edema.
Like that,
swelling.
That's a very
rolls downhill.
That usually doesn't happen, does it, Dan?
It can. You do something in your top of your head, and the fluid collection from the swelling can just flow downhill.
Did that quickly go away, Seth?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I had to stay home that day because they didn't want me showing up. It would look bad for the client if I showed up all puffy faced and bleeding.
So Seth is familiar with this world, and Dan now is entering into this world where Dan's going to start doing, what will you say, Dan? Probably in a month, start maybe or maybe you can start booking people now. I don't know what your practice.
Yeah,
of
I'll be ready to go full speed in about 3 weeks. So I'm just going to do
involves a large
training.
skin incision on the back of the patient's head.
So here's
the old way.
So the old way is they would actually act like they were tearing up some sod and replacing sod. So they would tear up your back end of your sod, literally cut out a strip of hair with skin still attached, and then attach it. It was called strip harvesting. And then they would attach that into the sparse area and hope it takes. Right, Dan?
Essentially, yes.
That's far more barbaric than what you and Seth went. I mean, what you're doing and what Seth went through. And Seth, I got to tell you, man, your hair looks pretty good still.
Oh, thanks.
To remove a section of scalp. This section of scalp is used as a source of follicles to be implanted in a new location of the patient's.
Now, Dan, hold
Can
on.
you imagine?
Did they really have it?
That's how they used to do it.
And then hold on, they would have put a bandage over that?
No, they'd close it.
Sew it?
Tight. So it tight. It'd still be a scar. You'd see that scar on the back of your head.
Isn't that pulling your forehead back a little bit?
It does.
Scalp. As seen in the animation, this method leaves a permanent
they don't
linear scar as the two edges of scalp are joined together.
Right. It's a telltale. That's like I had surgery.
Does people that do that get that?
Mm-hmm.
Charles Ramsey, Lummy, $75. Love the food review. Gene's son is a breakout star.
Awesome.
Coben. I guess I'm an idiot, aren't I, now, for picking them? I wouldn't necessarily say that, Dad.
Very careful. Very careful.
Thank you, Charles. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
The procedure we perform is called NeoGraft.
Now, Dan, this is what you do, right? This is your machine.
Yes.
Using the same area of scalp in the back of the patient's head, We carefully extract follicles individually instead of strip harvesting, and the scalp remains intact.
Now, Dan, does that then grow back better than having it sewn together?
Oh, yeah. There's no scar.
And so you probably go to the healthiest part of the hair where the guy's always growing hair.
Right, the thickest part, the densest.
Right, because that there's like when I get my hair cut, like I have a little bit of male pattern baldness in the middle of my head. I'd probably be a candidate for this.
Yes, you would. So that makes a bunch of tiny little holes that heal really fast. So there's no donor site defect that needs to be closed. And no strip if your hair gets wet.
So then what to do? Suck it out of your back and then plant it into your front?
Essentially, yes.
Seth, is this what you went through?
Yeah.
Follicles is collected. We then implement the NeoGraft no-touch follicle implantation method. This process involves careful placement of the follicles into the scalp area.
Man, I want to know the person that invented this technology.
Yeah.
I mean, right, Dan?
Some bald-ass mofo.
Some bald dude that doesn't even care if he has hair or not because he's got about $80 billion.
Or he's tired of wearing toupees.
Using a safe and simple delivery technique. Implantation.
So, Dan, it pulls it out, then creates a hole and spits it, right?
Yep.
And then does your body then take?
Yeah, it's just like a little plant.
Continues until we've transplanted all of the harvested follicles. The newly transplanted follicles will seamlessly regrow hair in the new area, resulting in a natural-appearing, more full head of hair. NeoGraft leaves no linear scar, as does traditional strip harvesting.
Well, listen. So anyway, I don't need to play the rest. This is what Dan's got. This is the machine.
You trying to get touched up, Bubba?
Well, I mean, I did tell Dan this. Because it's kind of expensive. I'll let Dan give you the quote once you come in for a consultation. But it's kind of expensive. Now, Dan, are you gonna set up a payment plan on that?
Yeah, we have financing in our office. Absolutely.
You do have that, don't you? You do. But there's probably some women that go to you. Some older women like, okay, I want a breast lift, I want a tummy tuck, I want lipo, I want do this and that. I mean, Dan, I'm not trying to ask your business or not, but I got to say that person could get a $30,000 or $40,000 bill, right? Couldn't they?
Oh yeah.
What's the biggest bill you ever? No names mentioned. What's the biggest bill that anybody ever had with you?
It's in the low 20s.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. On a single set of procedures?
Yeah, I guess there's only so much you can do.
8 hours,
right?
6 hours, yeah.
So was that like a breast lift with maybe a tummy tuck and some lipo?
That'd be a facelift with something else.
Oh, okay.
What would a sex change be, like around 50?
Yeah, but sex changes are done in steps and stages.
You
don't just do it all at once.
Could you just bill me at once, though?
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you do them?
Not really. I mean, I'll do augmentations on transgender people, but that's about as far as I go. I don't do any of the
so
lower
you'll put boobs.
surgery.
You'll put boobs on a guy.
Yeah.
I'm just.
It's not funny, Bubba.
I was just asking for a friend. Okay.
Have you had
Steve-O wants boobs?
Yes. What?
Dan, have you?
Yes.
No names mentioned.
I have.
Have you done that procedure?
Yes, as recently as a month ago.
Do you?
I take care of transgender people.
Okay.
But I don't encourage it on 14-year-olds. But when a transgender adult comes in,
not only do you not encourage it, you won't do it.
Right. But when an adult transgender,
when a 30-year-old man walks in and says, and he says, "Listen, I'm transitioning and I'd like to have a breast augmentation."
Yeah.
I'm 30 years old. I know what I want. I'm on the following medicine and testosterone blockers.
I don't even care. If you're an adult and you want it, let's do it.
You want jugs?
Yeah.
And then do you look at it and inspect it and see what he's got and size them all up? And does he say how big he wants to go?
Well, there's a range of what you can do based on dimensions. And so we do measurements and we talk about it and try to come up with a plan.
Do you ever have to kind of catch yourself from not cracking up? The guy goes, I really want some nice cleavage, and I really want a nice big boob. I mean, is it hard to keep a straight face?
No, it's being professional. I can be professional in that context.
I'm just too joke. I'd be like,
I know.
Is it hard to do, Dr. Dan, like compared to a woman? Like
it's a little different. It's a little different. It's not that different. I mean, you know,
Do they pick out their-
we
do
both
they-
have nipples. We both have muscle. We both have some breast tissue.
And so let me just ask a question, like what and some of the ones that you've done, like what's been the volume of breast augmentation sac that you use? Like 300, are they 400 cc's?
Oh yeah, they tend to be 400 plus because they're bigger people. There's bigger dimensions.
I guess
bigger foot, bigger shoe.
Bigger barrel chested, right?
Right.
So that requires a bigger implant, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure does.
Yeah. So anyway,
you gotta fill the real estate.
We just found out today that the Diaco Plastic Surgery Center USA,
yes,
that it not only will put
18 and up though, perverts
put boobs on a man that wants them, but he now can take that balding man and give you some hair.
That's right.
And so I did, Seth. I did make sure Dan knows. So I'm looking at the machine.
You trying to get some free hair,
Yeah,
Bubba?
yeah. So
Man.
We're in the Dan's got a specific office or a specific room that he's putting this machine in. So we go to that room because he's getting it all set up. The machine's there. Actually, the big wooden crate that came in is still there. They're going to pull that out. They're going to configure it. You know how they want it.
It just showed up.
Are you jonesing to use it, Dan, like a new car?
Well, Dan's got hold on. Dan's got to fly to California for 2 days to do training. Dan's got to
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dan's got to go to training. Am I not right, Dan?
Yes.
He's got to
I'm
do
not allowed
training.
to use it until I learn.
He has to do.
You gonna go with him, Bubba, and be his patient?
No, hell no.
Get the free hair.
But Dan's got to do like 6 hours of computer work. He's got to do
2 days.
2 days of, and then they send a rep. This company sends a rep for Dan's like first week worth of procedures. They send a rep, an expert at it, to make sure that Dan's doing it correctly.
Okay.
So they really, I mean, like Dan, by the time you're doing NeoGraft hair system, you really will have, you really got it dialed in on, what you're doing. This, you're not going to. So I said to him, so Dan, like the first, 3 or 4 people that you do, are you just going to go right on? I said, you doing any testing on it or anything? Because if you're doing testing on it, I think I'd be a good candidate,
We could put you in there.
Free testing,
Mm-hmm.
What do you want, Bubba? You want a hairline, or you just want like kind of the bald spot?
Yeah, kind of my acidic Jew bald spot. You know how that's where
the yarmulke would go.
Yeah, I got a yarmulke.
Yep.
I got a little male patter. I got a little bald yarmulke back there.
Yes, you do.
They weren't wearing yarmulkes 2,000 years ago, were they, Seth? Educate me on this.
That's a good question, Dan. I honestly believe it's supposed to, cover your head in the presence of God. I truly believe they were made for bald people.
I think so too.
I really think people started to go bald. They were like, we got to wear these in temple because that's the only way we're going to meet a Jewish woman.
And if we like kind of make it part of the religion gimmick, then nobody's going to say nothing.
Right.
No one cares.
But I mean, it's just too perfect of a thing. It goes right on your bald spot.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
I almost need to turn Jewish or at least I don't think there's a rule against wearing a yarmulke, even if you're not Jewish. I mean, I think I have the right.
No rules.
I have the right to wear a yarmulke.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to. And I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm just trying to cover my bald spot.
Absolutely.
Be like some real Jew comes up to me and says, "You're being disrespectful. You're being anti-Semitic." I'm like, listen, buddy. I am death to Hamas. Free Israel. I mean, I'm bitten Yahoo's the king. Like I'm listen, I love you guys. I got a Jewish guy that works for me. I'm not trying to make fun of the Jews. I just got this badass bald spot.
Would you have like a plain black one or like more of a colorful one?
I need to get a gray one. Like one that matches.
Salt and pepper?
I'd have to go down to, Adam from Fenderworks, let me and have him paint me up one that was, kind of gold. I'm sorry, silver with black highlights in order to feel like, because that's the way my hair is like, it's
dye it
salt and pepper.
You dye your hair?
I do that men's just for men's GTX shampoo.
Yeah, Control GX.
Yeah. And it just it looks I like it.
What does it do? It's just
gently colors your hair. It doesn't like black dye it.
Remember back, when I used to get a modern day, I forget what you call it, what I call it, what kind of dye job? I got a modern day.
Did you get tips?
I forget what it was called.
He had tips back in the 90s.
I had frost them.
I had frosted tips in the 90s.
So cool.
That's a country song, isn't it? I had frosted tips in the 90s. I had frosted tips in the 90s.
And feathered hair in the 70s.
So now I'm at the salt and pepper look, as I gracefully age. But so Dan, I got that little yarmulke bald spot in the back. What would they go back by my big hot dog thick neck area?
You got all them rolls. Take the hair from there and just put it in the middle on your yarmulke spot.
Just tell the technician, hey man, take rolls 2 and 3.
Exactly.
Right from there.
And put them on the yarmulke.
And then put them on the yarmulke. And then, I got to think the hot dog rolls grow back, don't they?
Yeah, because you don't take every hair. You just take intermittent hairs. So you don't even miss it from there.
Dan, is this an all-day procedure? Because when I got my follicles put in, it took 8 hours.
Dan said
it takes about 6. Whew. 5 to 6.
Dan said in the perfect world, they have told him he can do two patients a day.
Okay.
Am I right, Dan?
Yes.
They're like, if you got a good technician that's doing it, and you're handy and you're good. Which, Dan, you're going to be good, and your technicians are going to be good.
Exactly. And not everybody needs 2,000 plugs, or 2,000 grafts.
Like, Dan, you looked at my hair yesterday. First of all, Seth, how many did you get?
2,500.
2,500.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's a real deal. That's a big day.
Okay. So what do you think I need, you think?
You probably need 2,000. I mean...
You think I need 2,000? I'm that bald?
I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm going to learn, Bubba, is how to evaluate a person like you and say, this is what you need. That's what I'm not able to do yet.
That's probably part of the training is being able to evaluate how many, because that's also determines the cost. And there comes a point, if you under evaluate, then you're going to have to do more, and you're going to have to charge them more because you're like, hey, listen, I know I told you you only needed 1,250, but you really need 2,000 in order for me to really make it look good.
Yeah, but at that point you have to almost eat it yourself, Yeah. I mean, you can't come back and say, listen, I need to charge another 30% because I miscalculated.
Right. No, you
gotta eat that yourself.
So you gotta have a pretty good
on the front side.
You gotta nail your estimation has to be, that's critical.
Right.
Because if you way undershoot, you're just losing money now, right?
Yeah, that'd be stupid.
Whew. I know I'm not going to mention the cost of this machine. I'm not going to, but Dan did tell me. Whoa. Is there anything in plastic surgery machine-wise, Dan, that doesn't cost? I mean, is everything?
Yeah, the skin pen is like $300. Everything else is thousands and thousands of dollars.
Jesus. So anyway, not that you need it, Lummy. I don't think anybody else needs it. Maybe me.
Just you?
Yeah, here. I mean, So, well, anyway, Dan, I'm excited. Dan's got the new NeoGraft deal. And Dan, you got it after a friend of yours, we'll just say that, a friend of yours got it done locally here by the same machine that you bought. And your friend has been wearing you out saying, Dan, because your friend knows, your friend is a close enough friend to know your business, how your business operates and what makes money and what doesn't. And your friend's like, listen, Dan, you might want to try one of these machines out because I just paid X amount of dollars to get it done. And here's the results. And your friend showed you his results. And you're like, wow, that's, pretty impressive. And our mutual friend said, listen, Dan, so he's the one that kind of prodded you into looking into this.
Yes. And I saw what a great result he had. So I decided that I needed to do this. I thought it was going to be, BS, but the technology's gotten really good and those graphs are like 90%.
Had your friend not had it done, and you see your friend a couple times a week and you could see the progress and how it was really working.
Mike Thurman, $50. Hulk Hogan is Dr. Dan's first patient.
Oh, goddamn. Can you imagine how many plugs that would be?
Yeah, 5,000.
Like 50,000.
Yeah.
I mean, 50, and I don't know that you can even harvest that little bit.
You have to harvest from his bush.
That little bit of horse mane that he has in the back. I don't know that you can. I don't know those are harvestable. Those things are barely hanging on.
You got to go to the pubis region.
No, I think you just wear a bandana.
Yeah.
I think Hulk Hogan comes in and gets an estimate, and Dan says, "Listen, sir, if he wasn't Hulk Hogan, sir, you don't have enough. I mean, you don't have enough money." And I don't think you have enough hair follicles to be able to give you any type of resemblance of a full-headed hair, my friend.
And you can't even tear off your shirt without looking like a bitch getting stuck at the bottom.
Okay, Dan, we didn't.
I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Yeah,
about
you didn't.
someone in particular?
You didn't need to be. See, that's your mean-spiritedness. my
Yeah,
friend.
well, F him.
We're trying to sell hair replacement.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm irritated by him.
Well, we do have a new parody by Carlos Hogan is now a Republican.
Can we play that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Let's go into words. We'll play that. So anyway, Dan, when your hair restoration machine is open for business, let's make sure we promote it on the show because there's probably a lot of guys. I mean, my audience is 90% men.
And I'm going to do a deal for you guys. You know, I'm going to do definitely a deal for the first like 10 that come in for the hair transplants. I'll do like 30% off, some significant number, so that you can actually come in, have it for a deal. And then, you know, the only trade-off is that, you know, you got to let me video it a little bit. I don't have to necessarily show your face, but I just want to be able to document the process. And you know, it's good.
See,
it's good. The videos are good for like TikTok and YouTube and Instagram. Because
real-life patients that have gone through this procedure and are having good results, those are your advertising soldiers.
Yep.
They will sell the product in itself.
And the Bubba Army is so loyal. You guys are so good when you come in.
And
you
maybe
guys
the Bubba
aren't-
Army doesn't need it, but their friend needs it. And,
Right.
and he's like, hey, listen, man, there's this guy down in Tampa.
Would you do a woman, Dan? Because I know women go bald.
We do women, and they do have it's a very silent call for help because they're afraid to ask for help.
Right.
But a lot of women have issues with, you know, it's not like the whole head falls off, hair falls off, but they have patches that they thin out, especially the crown.
Donna Waters was getting her bald spot before I was.
It happens to a lot of women, and you know, women are very silent about, you know, the stress incontinence when they urinate, when they giggle, and we have the Diva laser to help with that. And they're very quiet about when they're having, you know, balding issues, and they do everything they can. They'll get extensions.
For you girls out there, you just go and to Dan, get your bald spot fixed, and maybe let them hook up that vagina laser to tighten you up a little bit. And please,
100% satisfaction with that laser.
Your husband thinks that he's got a girlfriend.
Yep.
Your husband's like, I'm used to having sex with this real loose vagina bald bitch, and now she's got a full head of hair and feels like an 18-year-old.
Yeah, juicy vagina that's tighter, wetter, better.
I feel like I'm cheating on my wife with this new bitch. She's got hair and a tight vagina. That's completely I mean, my wife was bald and was flapped in the wind.
Wow.
Yeah, she's juicy, puffy, and full of hair.
Yeah, now she's full head of hair and her vagina is, you know, tight as an 18-year-old.
You said juicy, puffy, and full of hair.
Yeah, it's like a real ripe plum.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
During the hot mic,
okay.
I think they've been running the wall pictures, and it really looks cool.
Yeah, like right there, how they're doing it now.
Yeah. Oh, that's so fucking. Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's a bad picture. It's
but
totally
yes.
macho.
Yes. Love it.
Trust TV, $10 super chat.
What up, Lunger?
Go get up there, Strauss TV.
And those people from Warsaw were full hot stuff, weren't they?
Oh yeah.
Unbelievable how angry they were.
God damn. I mean, all I asked was, can I ask you a question?
He was very polite.
Oh, thank you, Dr.
I did my third set.
What's up, Bloomin' Onion? What's up, Brian? What do you guys want to hear on the ladies of the BRN?
Fake it there, Snazzy. Great Farm Trans Island. Cecilia Redneck, good morning.
What up, Permagrom? Shit, man. Okay.
Jeb. You a big Olympics guy, Dr. Dan?
I mean, I used to be a huge Olympics guy. It just gets frustrating when you see Olympic athletes dogging the country they're from. Makes you just want to fucking smash them. So, it's irritating. The girls last time, the soccer, the girls turned me off to a lot of the Olympics.
Not the smaller events. Swimming.
I mean, I think swimming's kind of boring. I like some track and field.
Shed?
I love track and field.
I think.
What up, Tina, Jay Bowler, Paul?
I like the track and field. I like the. Hey, Bubba Nash, I saw that. I want to get one. The 01. I'm gonna call.
Oh, can I send this?
Hold on, you think about getting a new ZR1?
I want to at least tag one. Maybe flip it.
What are they going for?
I don't know.
Okay, yes, if I can send that.
Do they look like Ferraris?
No, they look like Corvettes, but they look a little like a Ferrari and a Lamborghini. Like if a Ferrari had sex with a Lamborghini, they'd have a Corvette.
That's what Corvette's positioning should be. The new Corvette. As if Ferrari fucked a Lamborghini. Right?
Yes, exactly.
What up, Hoss?
I drove a Corvette. I drove really well. I drove one of the newer ones.
What up,
I was surprised how well I drove.
What was out of all the? Was it your Spider? What was the fastest? Like, what would out of all the cars you've owned since I've known you? What would have been the fastest at the Tampa Grand Prix track?
Oh, that's not.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Checking on some stuff. Sorry about all that. Don't forget, and this is Seth, I think the first time that Dan's been on his scheduled rotation of shows and would have been exposed to. Yeah, I'm sure he's not even familiar with, because I asked him yesterday, are you familiar with us going to Orlando November 15th and 16th for a show content house, so to speak, And he's like, he looked at his week. Now the weekend before he's busy, but he's actually off for the 15th and 16th. So Dan on Friday the 15th, and then Saturday the 16th, we're gonna be in Orlando. We Airbnb or Verboed or some kind of big ass house that sleeps 14.
Wow.
And we're going to be live as we go over there. We're going to do like a Friday night. We're going to be live on YouTube from over there. It's going to be like a Big Brother kind of reality-based deal. I'm sure we'll eventually, by Friday night, turn it off and go to bed. But we got Tuttle and Colton. They're going to be our Whack and Hut security guards to keep the fans away. And
we got bunk beds for them in the Disney room.
Right.
Well, that's what I put in previous. So that's the one way that Dr. Dan can come.
Yeah, because there's another trundle bed in there, isn't there, Lummy?
Yes.
So Dan can either pick the top bunk. I kind of wanted to put Dan on the top bunk.
Yes.
But Dan might have to pee in the middle of the night.
I'll just pee downhill. Pee on the guy underneath.
Pee right on Colton.
Pee right on Colton.
Right,
Just
well,
like the goat.
I don't think you're gonna, because I have a big damage waiver that I've already had to put down. So urine stained mattresses probably are, would get a strike.
Yeah, probably.
So
Dan, I just texted you the house that we're staying at.
It was the biggest link I've ever seen in my life.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just.
I was like, can I really touch this link?
Yeah, touch it. You're good.
It's got 2 pools, or is it jacuzzi with a pool?
Jacuzzi with a pool.
Oh wow, looks nice.
Ping pong table.
Oh wow, piano.
Pop a shot. So Dan, you can see we can get ourselves into all types of nonsense.
Oh yeah.
Friday we're gonna have like a Domino's catered in pizza party. Shannon Burke's gonna come by. Got a couple other people that are coming by.
Yeah, I got about 20 so far.
We've had
pardon.
Well, hold on. We told the people of BARP and people of Hall of Fame and just the people. Lummy, the people, the royalty people.
Yeah.
Every from Buck to John Costica to Big Red to Wizzy to Iggy to the Nashes.
Even to
Lummy.
the Neil Mount Plaisirs that will fly
to
in.
the Neil Mount Plaisirs. So Lummy, I told Seth for all these people to contact Lummy. And we would probably pick like maybe 2 or 4 for them to come to the party on Friday night, but they can't stay at the house.
But you have 20 people, Lummy, that want to go? That want to sleep?
Right now, 22.
Yeah.
And I get to stay in a bedroom with 3 people?
2 people.
No, Dan.
We have 6 bedrooms, Dan.
Dan, we don't know. You might get your own bed. We'll figure it out. That might be half the drama is Dan's flipped out about his bed situation.
Well, Dan might try to do what Bride was going to do and just get a house on our block.
No, then Dan.
No, I'm not doing that. That's no fun.
Then
you're on the outside looking in.
And that one also waters down our house.
Mm-hmm.
We need Dan in our house.
No, I know.
To create Dan type, drama.
I know, but what Dan doesn't want to, have some sort of twin bed to sleep in. Dan needs, a big place.
Hold on, Dan might go. Hold on, Dan might go to Rhett and say, Rhett, you got your own bedroom, but I'll give you $150 for it if you want to sleep in the Tuttle room. Can I? And Rhett be like, hell yeah, bitch, I can sleep anywhere.
Make sure you catch video.
So, so Seth, Dan being in our house. And so far, being regulated to being Colton and Tuttle's roommate is going to be some great content.
Absolutely.
Because Dan's not going to go for that.
And Babyface is out, so that eliminates that.
And Babyface has got his own house.
No, he's not. He's not. He said his...
Oh, he's not even going.
No, he's not. He said his family's not keen on the idea.
Oh, really?
So I didn't want to make it about it.
So what Brian was going to do is he found a house like 5 doors down, and he was going to stay there with his family. And then on Friday night, he was going to come party with us while his family went out to dinner. And then Saturday, he was actually going to spend the entire time with his family, taking them to the parks and doing whatever Disney type deal. But I guess they're like,
Nope.
Wow.
He doesn't have
That's
the book.
a pretty good deal. I mean, here at the end of the day, Seth, he's only participating in a Friday night party 5 houses down, and then the next day he's completely taking the family out to wherever they want to go. That's to me a little one-sided.
Listen, I'm just telling you. I just talked to Brian. I gave him our address, and he was looking into it. He found something right by our house, confirmed it was right by our house, and then just said, no go.
Brian, if you can, if you're listening to the show and you have the ability to call, please call in the warm line. I'd like to get this explanation from you. Because I thought your wife really liked me, and I thought that was a no-brainer for your wife to be like, hey, me and Ariana Friday night we'll do whatever. Watch whatever. We'll just do whatever. And then Saturday, my lovely husband's taking me and our beautiful daughter to any park we want to go to complete day and night Orlando-filled family trip. And all I had to do is let him go down to Bubba's stupid-ass party for 4 or 5 hours on Friday. That's it. 4 or 5 hours that me and Ariana were already sleeping. That's all I had to do. Man, she must really hate me. I thought she liked
thought Ramina hated you.
Oh,
whereas Brian's wife really hates you.
No, she didn't really hate me. That's not how it went down. There's some kind of bull crap behind it.
Yeah.
It has nothing. His wife loves me.
He's hiding it.
His wife loves me. We always talk like by the way, she's beautiful, especially for Brian. Like she's a 9 for anybody. But she's a 12 for Brian.
Right. Well, it's probably like a douche-con convention in Fort Myers you got to go to.
Dan, don't automatically be disrespectful.
He dogs me every freaking word he says on the air that has anything to do with anything that's remotely close to the same universe as me is a dog to me.
Okay.
I do one comment, you jump on me?
Okay, you know what? I stand corrected. That comment will go through. There might be a douchebag competition in Miami that Brian needs to attend. That's what Dan said. Okay, I'll let that one go through. and Dan, it's even more of a zinger when I reiterated it, okay?
Thank you.
So I apologize.
I love Brian. I do. I like him. I made one joke. I get killed.
You do like, well, you kind of like him. I mean, you like him, but he irritates you.
Oh, yeah. I like my brothers. They irritate me sometimes, too.
All right. So anyway, if Brian could call in and tell me why it got shot down, because to me, man, it sounded like it would be that was just a win-win opportunity.
Yeah.
And Seth, I think, because his was only like a 3-bedroom, it was only like going to cost him like $400 for the weekend or something.
Oh yeah, I mean, it couldn't have been a money situation because Brian always gets good deals. It seems like taking your kid to Disney's a big deal. Maybe it wasn't something that they wanted to do.
Or maybe Ariana's just most recently been to Disney, and they're like, "Well, listen, we were just there 2 months ago." I'm
sure it doesn't have anything to do with you, Bubba.
And here's the deal: as parents, we hate Disney. Disney sucks. I mean, like if you're listening to me in any part of the country and you ever thought about traveling to Florida, let's say you live like in, I don't know, Minnesota or something.
I think that used to be the American dream, but I don't think it is anymore, Bubba.
Yeah.
Mike Thurman 20 on the Super Chat.
Listen, you know what? Do something other than Disney with your family.
Turn around.
Because Disney sucks. Disney absolutely gouges the hell out of you.
You want to go broke and almost get divorced? Go to Disney.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, because the mom, here's how it goes. The dad goes, and he's trying his best. He really is, to be into it, and he's paying for all this. It's $42 to park and $3.90 to get in, and waters are $12, and the lunch. Of course, little Sammy got hungry. Had to get her the chicken nuggets and the whole 9 yards.
You're walking behind all these tourists with giant flags and their field trips.
Right, and then lunch is like no less than $60. And it's just a bunch of people and humanity and filth.
Did you mention the temperature? How hot it is?
Yeah, it's 90. The indicated temperature is 96, but you're walking on black asphalt all day. It's about 104. The asphalt's about 130.
It's 2 hours to get on the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Right. You're standing in line with just the absolute filth of humanity. Even though Disney keeps Disney is they got probably 3,000 people with little brooms and like they're always cleaning. Like they keep it clean.
Right, they do keep it clean.
I mean,
it's tidy.
They keep it clean. Walt Disney Incorporated keeps their stuff clean, but the humanity that runs through there isn't necessarily the most cleanliness for people.
No, the streets are cleaner than people's toes.
Some real fat, buttered tooth people from Indiana are down there with their entire family.
Right.
They got red sunbird marks on their tank tops. Or each girl's about 230. The dad, he's about 300.
Well, that couple from Indiana was probably going down to Disney.
Yeah, probably.
That's the type of person you'd see at Disney.
No,
people like her.
Those people in Indiana are going back to their little Indiana home, and they're going to watch Fox News tonight and have missionary sex.
They're going to have sex to Mike Pence speeches.
Right. Exactly. God, I never knew. Like,
They're
I
gonna F their
never.
couch.
That embarrass those people from Indiana, those white, mean people from Indiana. That really kind of bums me out, Lummy. Like, that's a representation of my hometown.
I know.
No wonder I've turned out the way I did. I mean, look, that's what people grow up.
I mean, you're pretty surly, Bubba, like those elderly people.
Iraqi Colton couldn't even walk up. His only crime against this guy, who asked him if he wanted a knuckle sandwich,
was his haircut.
Was, sir, can I ask you a question?
It was the phone. It was the camera.
Okay,
The video
I'm
camera.
sorry. I'm videotaping you. May I ask you a question? You're in a public place. Like, Dan, I think if that guy would have hit Colton, he'd be in jail because Colton was not invading his privacy, was not in his person, like personal space, and was just, videotaping them. They were in public, doing a public thing, washing your car, and Colton never even entered the bay. Like, he was, quite a few feet away from the bay.
The guy lunged at him. That's actually assault. He didn't batter him. He didn't make contact, but he was threatening, physically and verbally threatening him. And so that was, I would not expect Colton to have had a legitimate and justified fear, which is why he backed away. That's an assault right there.
Warsaw. Hello, I just have a quick question for you guys. I'm sorry. Who do you guys think is the most famous person in Warsaw, Indiana?
So, like that's it.
They come after him.
Okay, understood.
Turn that goddamn camera the other way.
Who do you think is the
Get out of here.
Who do you think is the most? Don't touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
Right there. That's assault there. That is the absolute definition of assault. Coming at you with a physical way.
Or attempted, maybe?
No. The assault is not the contact. The assault is the threat.
The battery's the contact.
The battery's the contact.
Who do you think is the
Get out of here.
Who do you think is the most? Don't touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the
arrested.
That's
you
assault.
will get arrested, sir.
That's illegal.
Camera off on me, asshole.
Have you ever heard of Bubba the Love Sponge?
You know what? Hold on. You know what I'm going to do, Seth, is I'm going to have Larry tell me who this guy is, because Larry knows, everybody knows each other. And I'm going to walk up to him.
Oh, in August?
Yeah, and I'm going to say, hey, and I'm going to be videotaping him.
So Larry's going to be able to identify this guy just from his face?
Well, this guy wouldn't be treating me like Colton. I'll just tell you that right now.
You're the most famous person in Warsaw.
Camera the other way.
Who do you think?
Because I'd start dropping some names right now, Dan, about who I am and the people that I know in this city, and you know that I'm a true Warsonian, and the way that you treated, I'm going to say, you know what? Do you know how you treated my video guy when he just asked you a question about me, who's from this town? I mean, like you're an absolute. You're going to say that to my face, bitch?
Get out of here.
Who do you think is the most? Don't touch my.
Boy, who would want to have sex with that?
Boy, the
old
way
ass?
she said out of here.
He said he has to be very quick.
Who do you think is the?
Get out of
He's gonna
here.
Who do you think is the most? Don't touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the
arrested. You will.
That's.
Good morning. I have
He looks
a
like
brewer
Tyler.
on
Brian.
one. He said that he doesn't have the link for the depot.
Okay, I'll send it to him again. I sent it to him twice yesterday.
Did that guy look like old person Tyler? Tyler at 70?
Hello?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, your Disney trip canceled. Did Mama say no?
Yeah, it's Steph was not into it.
Is that any reflection upon how she feels about me?
Nah, probably not. She just didn't want to. She just didn't want to go there that weekend.
I understand, but I mean, like, I always thought that her and I were like super cool. Now I'm feeling as if like she's Romina-like.
Yeah, you'll have to reach out to her and work on it together.
You want me to reach out?
What's going on
you
there?
You want me to reach out to your wife?
Yeah, you can.
Be careful about that. I mean, that could get away from both of us real quickly.
Listen, man. There's a lot of things I'm worried about in this world. That's not one of them.
My illiterate ass texting your hot ass white is not one of your concerns.
No, very low on my concern list. No
His tongue blows yours away, though.
Was it more along the lines of that? Just sounds like a circus to me, and I don't want, or more along the lines as I hate Bubba.
Circus.
Okay, Carl. All right. Oh, we understand.
She's like, why? Her point was, why does she need to be there? She's like, if you want to go do that, go do that. But why do Ari and I need to be there? And I was like, that's valid.
That's real valid. That's even more. That's even better. So,
yeah.
So what say you? She's giving you a pass to be there.
I'll probably end up going. I've got to circle back with her, but yeah.
Okay. Well,
I mean, what role do you want me in there? Like that's what do you want me sleeping in with Tuttle and Colton?
Well, I mean, no, that's where Dan's going to be. At least where he started.
Oh, Dan's got the third bunk.
Yeah. Like yours might be an air mattress and
no,
like maybe an air mattress and Rhett's.
I'm good couching it, man. I don't mind sleeping on a nice couch.
Well, listen, we'll talk about. I know you're in a depot. We'll talk about it later. Okay.
All right, guys, take it easy.
See you later.
Phoebe's going. She's getting a hotel.
She is.
Yeah, she said I'll do better if I know that she's close by.
You'll do better if knowing that she's can be there in a moment's notice and get you your nitrogen pill before your heart blows up.
That's exactly it.
Who do you guys think is the most famous person in Warsaw, Indiana? Okay, understood.
Turn that goddamn camera the other way.
Who do you think is
See, at this point now, hold on. At this point, I'm talking legally now. At this point, I don't think that's... Now, Iraqi Colton is of safe distance, not impeding into their personal space. He's retreating.
Yes.
He's retreating like the guy said. And he doesn't really, and they're in a public space, very public space. And I don't think he really has to turn the camera around as long as he continues to not, but this is a problem right here.
Get out of here.
Who do you think is the most? Don't touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the
arrested.
chops is
You
what
will
I'll
get
do.
arrested, sir.
Get that camera off of me, asshole.
Had you ever heard of Bubba the Love Sponge?
You ever heard of a knuckle sandwich?
A Bubba the Love Sponge.
Knuckle sandwich.
So that's not bad. That's not assault. That's just douchey. But when he came after him with his fist clenched and said, "I'll punch you right in the effing face," that is absolutely assault. That is illegal to
Sir,
do.
you will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the
And in Florida, you could just sit there and wait and not have to retreat. And if he hits you, he goes
Don't touch
down.
my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the
arrested.
You
Well, Dan, I know, but if you're properly connected, you can actually punch a woman in the face, delete videos on her cell phone, and have her thrown out by a felon, and that doesn't get prosecuted.
Not in Florida.
Arrested.
Wild West out here.
Arrested. You will get arrested, sir.
And here's what this guy doesn't know. Hold on.
Phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the
arrested. You will get arrested.
Listen, Dan, I'll just say this. As unpopular as I was with the local state attorneys here in Tampa and how I don't get a fair shake, one of my best friends is this in high school. One of my best friends in high school is the actual state attorney for the Warsaw area.
Wow.
I could literally send this to him, and he'd probably have this guy. In small town, they don't put up with this stuff. They don't have anything else to do today. There's no murders. They might have literally, I think Warsaw might have, one murder a year, which might be somebody killing themselves. Like there's nothing there's nothing going on.
You want to have these people arrested, Bubba?
Dan, I think if I sent this tape to the state attorney and Colton filled out the paperwork, I think this guy could get arrested, could he not? If I sent this evidence to my friend who's the state attorney.
Arguably, yes.
Don't touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the
arrested. You will get arrested, sir.
Get that camera off of me, asshole.
Had you ever heard of?
And here's the deal.
Isn't the chops your crotch?
But here's the deal. No, but here's the deal. Like Colton doesn't legally have to take this camera off. He doesn't. If you're in a public place, you don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Now,
exactly.
If it's the owner of the building, this is just a patron of one of Warsaw car washes. Now, Dan, if the owner of this building says, "Listen, I don't want you on my property taping," then you got to leave.
Right, you're trespassing.
Right, exact. But
you weren't told that. He wasn't told that.
No, he wasn't told that. But just if a patron, like Dan, if a guy, you pull up in your Ferrari, you got your at your place, you got your covered parking, and you get out, and a guy's got a videotape from like where you go in the back, and he's on the actual footprint of your, of the building that you're in, and I think you're the number one tenant, the largest volume tenant of the entire building, and you say, "Hey, listen, being a tenant, quit videotaping me. Stop. You have rights to say that because you're a tenant of that property. But if you were at the car wash and you're washing your new Lamborghini, and a guy's like just not in your personal space, but he's taping your car and taping. It may make you uncomfortable.
Can't say anything.
And you can say, "Hey, can you stop taping me, buddy?" But he could say no.
But I can't threaten him.
You go like, "I'm gonna beat." Well, I think Dan pulls out his 9mm at that point.
Turn that goddamn camera the other way.
Who do you think is the?
Get out of here.
Who do you think is the?
How'd you like for that old bag to be your old lady? Jesus,
That'd be a murder suicide.
Sure, she smells like roses.
And look at those knees that she's got. Those cankle knees.
Yeah, saggy kneecaps.
Why? Hold on. Completely. Is that pigeon toed? When you're out, pigeon toed's in or pigeon toed's out?
Pigeon toed's in, duck foot's out.
Look at that. She's all duck footed out. He's got his wife beater T-shirt on with his I'm 75-year-old khaki pants on.
Don't touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
Outfit. That's Steven's outfit.
You will get arrested, sir.
Get that camera off of me, asshole.
Have you ever
Got himself some work boots on because he's cleaning the Ford. I'm taking the Ford down to the car wash. Got to get my work boots on. Got my chamois rag here.
Yeah, my 97 Ford's got to look good.
You ever heard of a knuckle sandwich?
a Bubba the Love Sponge?
Isn't that just so barbaric and just unintelligent by saying, have you ever heard of a knuckle sandwich? What are we living in the 60s? What is Fonzie coming around the corner?
I was asking, we're here doing a mini series, sir. I'll ask this gentleman, no big deal. We're just doing a mini series, here out of war.
See, here's a average person.
I'm gonna say I think the guy is the manager. Or
I think this guy might be the owner. This guy might own this place.
I like his glasses.
And maybe one of the reasons why he owns this place is because he's cool in the pocket business guy, right?
Yeah. Right. Even tempered.
Right. So watch. I mean, the guy who owns the business gets to the bottom of it like a gentleman.
Warsaw, have you ever heard of the name? Well, actually, here you go. I'll show you.
So hold on. This guy still wants to beat him up. He still wants to beat him up.
I think he just realized that Colton wasn't American at that point.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Who do you think is the most famous man in Warsaw, Indiana?
I do not know.
If I showed you this article here, would that make sense to you?
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You ever heard of that name?
No.
That's all. We're here in Warsaw. This is Warsaw, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're just here in Warsaw asking people if they ever heard of the name Bubba the Love Sponge, that's all. But I see this gentleman here is having a hissy fit about it, so I'll just go ahead and leave.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take care. Have a great day.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
So Colton's cool. Well, this old timer still got to get a couple FUs in there.
All right, sir. No need to get your panties in a bunch. Have a great day.
F you Iraqi bastard.
His wife's hiding behind the wall, flicking him off.
F you Iraqi bastard, and the wife is now around the corner flicking the camera off.
This thing from it. Born and raised here in America. No Iraqi here, sir. I'm born and raised in America.
Yeah, that's. Let me. I hope he has a couple others that worked out a little bit better.
I hope so too.
And they're not all just,
I hope they're all him getting back down and threbutted.
There were a couple of guys that knew you from Express Vans.
Oh, Explorer Vans.
Explorer Vans.
Okay, exactly. When we get back, we're gonna debunk the fact that whether JD Vance was having supposedly somebody somewhere said, maybe somebody that grew up with him, like his Larry Plummer said, hey, you heard about JD Vance, didn't you? Back in the day, he used to put a glove like on the couch cushion, and he'd F it.
It's nonsensical.
Well, no, the person that it was Rick Rude's calves is the one who came up with that.
Well, who's Rick Rude's calves? We're on.
I don't know, but it took off.
It did. And now aren't they saying too? Now there's rumors that they feel that JD Vance is an idiot because of his last two appearances. He's locked up once, and he's kind of he's like not been the smoothest yet. And I've heard rumors that the Republicans are saying that this is really not really. This is probably an ass bucket pick.
Well, yeah,
the
media's come out and saying that. I mean, the media's come out and said Kamala's a genius and one of the best presidents, people ever. Where JD Vance is an idiot. So
whereas JD Vance is a couch effer.
Yes,
yeah,
with a rubber glove.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com
right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
No. Was he?
I stayed in Yale.
He was roommates with. Or he was friends with Vivek.
Vivek?
Yeah. One of his kids' names.
Really?
Yeah.
It must be a pretty common Indian name.
I got a cameo.
Maybe just name him after.
You did?
Yeah.
See?
About to take home 1875, baby, once I cut it.
What's his Fox page?
What's up, Parmesan? Camper Scott, that's actually funny.
Oh, the thing is, dude, yeah, he was in the military, but no one cares about that. You know what I mean?
It's because the clowns are under 30 have no concept of civic duty and civic responsibility or respect.
But well, and also with the we'll say, what did he do? He wrote.
What did he do? I don't know what he did. Who cares?
I know, but also he was
Facebook.
Not media, but
Facebook.
well, it doesn't matter. Like you said, I think he enrolled. Like I think
Yeah.
he.
I listen to Dan Bongino sometimes. What's up, Ilana?
Man, today's Friday. Fuck yeah. Love me.
You're right. Fuck yeah.
Thank you, Lisa. Oh, that's how that happened? You're a defroster with 10?
Combat correspondent.
Oh, the AP ran it. Okay,
He's
there you
right,
go.
because he was fucking literate.
But this is
A guy like that shouldn't be holding a gun in the front.
Yeah, he got out of high school and he enlisted.
Yeah, and could have gotten anything. He could have been a mechanic. He could have been whatever. That's what he was best at. They do a test. They see what you're good at. So, oh my God, this kid's fucking smart.
Yeah, when you join the military, they do a test.
Yeah,
they test what your aptitudes are for. See if you're going to be a guy holding a gun, a guy disarming bombs, or a guy writing.
Or a guy working on the trucks.
Or a guy working on the trucks. Right, exactly.
You know, really, like, or a guy that is a cook.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Some people go in and they play the flute the whole fucking time. Is he still not a soldier? He's a soldier. He still has to go through basic training.
He enlisted himself.
He enlisted. Yeah, I mean, even the guy that carries the fucking flute is an important part of the military.
Yeah. Flute carrying motherfucker.
Yeah. And he did with the GIB's electricity. Went to
Just like the people who go one of the highest honors, and you wouldn't think it's really hard work, but is to be a soldier that guards the unknown soldier.
Right, exactly.
Like that's like a real prestigious job to have.
And it's a difficult job.
Oh my God! And you know, like it could be 3 a.m. and there's not anybody watching, and they're still out there, like, you know,
perfectly.
And the government will put secret like an undercover guy to go at 4:15 in the morning and hide in the bushes and time out the guy because they stay a certain and it's all they count, you know, and if it's 3 in the morning and nobody's watching, man, I might just kind of relax a little bit, fucking, you know. Nope, not those motherfuckers.
They're hardcore. I respect them all. Anyone that joins the military, I respect. I don't care what you end up being in the military. They're all part
because
of
the
it.
military's hard.
He joined it right after pretty much 9/11.
Yeah.
He graduated.
So, you know, he's a hero for that. And people that aren't in the military, that mock people that are in the military, should be forced to go into the military for a year. For opening their stupid fucking mouths.
Here we go, here we go.
Better off if we did that.
Here we go.
All these fat fucks that don't care about the government or the country.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
You know, we didn't talk a lot of politics today because it's just, I feel like politically, like when the attempted Trump assassination happened, you had to talk about it.
It was the most important thing that happened in the last 20 years.
And then when Biden drops out and Kamala steps up and now she's the candidate, you know, it's really not that big of news. I mean, it's a thing. It's now divided. It seems like it's divided. I mean, the Democratic Party. I actually reached out to John Morgan yesterday to see if I could have him on the air next week, like via a Zoom, because John Morgan is one of the largest Democratic donors to make it public that he's not happy with that selection. He said it wasn't a election, it was a selection.
Right. It's 3 primaries in a row that the Democrats have stolen from the voters. And they talk about democracy.
And not even about the voters that don't like them, about the people that are part of their party.
Right.
Like Democrats didn't. Now, listen, there's probably a portion of Democrats that be like, okay, that's great. We support Kamala. Okay.
That's cool.
That's all right.
God bless him.
No problem.
It was 1%, Bubba.
I like Joe, and I like Joe. I like the person that's Joe's second in command. I like her. I'll take it. But there's also a portion of very heavy hitters that are large donors that said, no. We want to have a say-so. The Democratic Party in itself, the people of the party, we want to go through the process of having an open convention and having an option and not a shove down. Not a, this is what you got, take it. But instead, this is what we vote upon.
Well, they voted upon Joe Biden being the thingy, and they excluded the possibility, not the voters, the people that run the Democratic Party, the Democrat Party, chose to not allow their Democrat followers to choose a candidate. They shut it down. They wouldn't let Kennedy run, and there's 2 or 3 other people that had legitimate shots of competing for this nomination, and they would not let them run. They shoved Joe Biden down their throats. The voters confirmed that, and now they pulled that and are shoving a new candidate down their throat.
Well, and now they're in cover their ass mode because now the Obamas have, I think, Lummy, initially it was reported the Obamas did not like this.
Correct.
And then as of yesterday, they did. Last
night.
Like 5 o'clock this morning, they tweeted,
Didn't you say it was really early in the morning?
Yeah, it got. I saw it about 6 our time. So
I mean, Brock's retired. He's up doing doing stuff. He's up early. He's either still up from last night or he's up early doing
running the country.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. He's Brock's running the country, man.
Right, someone's got to run it.
Hey, listen. I mean, if they would be, I would have no problem. Regardless of my political affiliation, I would have no problem at all if they're like, okay, listen, executive law, Congress and Senate, it's all going to get together, and we're going to, for the last, 6 months left, 7 months left? Seven. For the last 6.5 months left, we're going to let Barack Obama, I know it's beyond this period, you can only do 2 terms, but this is only 7 months. We're going to let Barack Obama be the president, interim president for 7 months. I think our country would be safer, would be stronger, and would be perceived better in the overall global world if Barack Obama finished out Joe's term. I do. Mm-hmm. I'd go for it. Now, he can't run. Now, he can't run as the candidate because you can't do more than 2 terms. But I think he's far more competent, far more globally respected than what we got in there now, in my opinion.
Well, the same people that told us for the last couple of years that Biden is competent, he's done more, he's got the energy of a 4-year-old. Are the same ones that saying that now he's incompetent, but Kamala has the competence to do it. So it's hard to believe anyone on that side because they've been lying to us about Biden's abilities for at least 2 years.
So, here is the J.D. Vance gimmick. I don't know where'd you say this was? This started from
Rick Rude's
Hacksaw
knees.
Jim Duggan's ankles.
Rick Rude's calves.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Hacksaw
But
Jim
the
Duggan's.
AP picked it up, right?
AP, everyone started picking it up.
Yeah, which just goes to show you, Seth, you can be Rick Rude's ankles, and that is a credible enough source. Not the Daily Wire, not the New York Post, not anything like that. But just Rick Rude's ankles or whatever the hell it is. And that will get picked up by a major network and reported as potential.
Without confirmation.
So
one source.
So hold on. Rick Rude's calves, who doesn't even have a verification on their Twitter, said can't say for sure, but he might be the first VP pick to have admitted in a New York Times bestseller to having sex with an inside-out latex gloved, shoved between two couch cushions. But see, Lummy, he does cite a source.
Yeah, it's his book, and you go to Vance's book, it's not there. That's what.
So it's not there.
Do research? No, it's a fake story.
So he just knew that Vance's book was Hillbilly Elegy, which, by the way, is a Netflix doc as well. And my mom has been bugging the hell. Have you watched the Hillbilly Elegy deal yet? I'm like, no, Mom. She's like, oh my God, it's going to show you how great Vance is and where he came from and he the hard times. I'm like, okay, Mom, that's great. I'm going through the same thing right now. I don't need to see whatever. It's not going to change my opinion.
But Bubba, just like you said, you're like, oh look, he sourced something, so it must be true,
right?
And then everyone didn't do their research.
Yeah, so I'm just like the New York Times.
Well, I didn't say that.
I'm just like stupid ass ABC that reported this as gospel. So you're saying, Lummy, when you go to page 179 in J.D. Vance's autobiography or whatever, that this topic is not covered.
No.
AP runs headline on X-rated J.D. Vance hoax before deleting it. Oh, so they deleted it. So Seth, Seth, doesn't that make it worse?
Yeah. Well, I don't know who vetted any of this stuff before they decided to run with it.
I mean, can you just say anything now and then delete it?
It depends.
About people in politics, yeah.
Well, it depends. They'll say anything negative at all about the Republicans seems to make it to the front page. And anything negative at all about the Democrats is either changed, reversed. I mean, suddenly the border czar Kamala Harris is no longer the border czar. The same papers that called her the border czar 2 years ago were saying she was never the border czar.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Are we lollipops? Are we that stupid that we believe this?
Yes, we are.
Jesus.
Just answer your question. Lummy, is it me? Or does it look like J.D. Vance might be wearing a little eye makeup or a little?
It does look like that, yes.
Like a little eyeshadow or something.
He just has beautiful blue eyes. Look at those beautiful blue eyes, like an actor.
He needs some Botox, so doesn't he, Dan?
He needs to show some emotion. He looks more than 20 years old, too. He looks young.
So Lummy, he's a couch effer. When really, so you know that everybody's going to run with J.D. Vance is a couch effer. But really, he's not. Like, he's really not a couch effer.
Well, I mean, he might be. It just wasn't published that day.
Right. It's never been reported by him in his autobiography.
He might be banging sofas all over this great nation of ours, Bubba. I mean, we don't know, but what they said about him yesterday was not true.
Right.
And everyone is running with it.
Bernie Sanders could be doing that, but no one's saying that about him. And no one's going to publish such an outrageous article.
And here's the deal. Here's the thing. Let's just be honest. What does it matter if he did F a couch with a glove? I think all of us.
How do you do that, by the way? How do you do that? How do you F a couch with a glove?
You put it like between a cushion, then you get on top of the couch and like
what's going to hold it? Nothing's going to hold it.
I don't know,
it's ridiculous.
Dan. I was able to pull it off with a shop vac.
Well, the shop vac makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense, Bubba. I can visualize that. I can't visualize what's holding that glove there between the two cushions.
Maybe you just bang the cushions.
I mean, I literally got addicted to the shop vac. Like as soon as I got home, I had to get it because it was the best feeling. Or like it it was a whole different orgasm than the orgasm you would get just from natural masturbation. The orgasm you would get from the shop vac would just like be, oh, you know how you get those toe curling, like almost internal guttural orgasms. Yeah. Oh my God. It was just like, oh.
Shop vacs around the country are going to clog up today.
Would you do
but see,
it?
The only reason it worked though is because the shop vac was my mom's old house sweeper and it was worn out. So my dad it had a little bit of suction, but not a lot. But it could pick up some dust, like some sawdust and some spider webs and things like that. That's what my dad would use it for. Well, I would take off the wand and the attachment and just go right to the handle. Mm-hmm. And if it was a brand new shop vac that really worked, you'd suck off your wiener.
Oh, really? So right now you just need like a dust buster?
No, you need a shop vac that's worn out. Like it's down to its last, 25% of suction life because it's so old. Because, you can't, this could go, if you get when you go to Home Depot and buy like a 1 horsepower shop vac and you would put your wiener in there, it could hurt it.
Really?
You know how powerful.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Brand new shop vacs are, the ones that you can pick up water with and all that. Thank God my dad's was a worn out, former residential vacuum cleaner, or I would have, I'd probably be a girl right now because I'd sucked off my wiener with a high volume vacuum.
Were you scared the first time you stuck it in there? Were you worried?
I was. But I did a lot of I put it up to my arm and let it suck my arm. And then I'd let it, then I put it down to my leg and let it suck to my leg. And it didn't cause that much of a, I put two of my fingers in there and saw how that was. And then I was like, I made the leap of faith one day and put my wiener in it. And it was just like, oh my God.
Did you have to turn it off to get it off, or do you have to just pull away?
You had to turn it off. Well, no, I got
to break the suction.
I had a really good technique where I could pull it off while it was still on, and that would clean up almost all the mess too. So
very smart.
You didn't have hardly any mess.
Oh my God!
Like if you got caught, as long as you could get your wiener back in your pants, you wouldn't get there's no mess anywhere because the suction from the machine.
So like cleaning a fleshlight.
No, you didn't have any remnants at all. It was all into the sweeper bag. My dad eventually is like, "Why is my sweeper bag getting so clogged up? Are you sucking glue or with it?" I'm like, I don't know. That's when the shop vac experience quickly ended. Is when my dad said, "What are you sucking up glue or stuff? What are you sucking up in this thing? It's causing this thing, all the dust in here to clot up."
What would you have done if your dad found out and realized it?
Oh, can you imagine how absolutely traumatic it would be if you're in their shop? Because you're shop vacuuming. And here's the thing, Dan. While you're shop vacuuming, you're looking. You got 2 windows. You got a window here and a window there.
The head's on a swivel, right?
So yeah, because the houses were all pretty close, and people would sometimes walk through your house to get to theirs. Just
between the houses, you mean?
Yeah. And so you just you had your head on a swivel as you were doing it, and then you'd kind of be bending over a little bit, and you'd kind of be going, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then I tell you could get you could get a fast one. It really
take long?
No, it really.
Do you want to be reunited with the shop vac, Bubba? It sounds like you're yearning for
not the trash.
No, the shop vac is not better than real oral. Real oral is the best.
But you want just some shop vac on the side?
No. Well, I'd only want to get shop vac on the side if my real oral had dried up. No pun intended.
Didn't you finish on your mom's dish rag too, and your dad used it or something? So
let's not get into that story. That was yes, I did, and I got in. My dad covered my ass on that one.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
We'll talk to you afterwards, right?
Well, no. So I'll just tell the story. I gotta go. Let me see. I'm running behind, and then you get me more behind.
I'm sorry.
Getting me round down the rabbit hole.
I'm sorry.
So the first time that I masturbated, I didn't know what the process involved. Larry Plummer just told me that his friend told him that you just rub your penis until something comes out.
Oh my God.
I thought Seth would like this story.
Right, and so I didn't. That's all that was told to me. And when something comes out, it feels just unbelievable, like it's the most unbelievable thing ever. So my mom and sister left. Well, I didn't know what this byproduct that came out was, or what the consistency of it was, or what it looked like, or anything like that. And if we all can rewind, none of us can probably remember. But I gotta assume that my very first one might have been a large amount due to the fact that it's my very first one.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So my mom and sister leave to go to the mall. It's the one time I told my mom, I don't think I want to go to the mall. It was a 45-minute drive to Fort Wayne, but it was the mall back in the day, and it was where all the kids went. And your mom would give you like $3 to go down to the Aladdin's Castle arcade, and you'd play video games all day because they didn't have regular video games, right, Lummy? And you just, you just would go crazy. Well, my mom and my sister was going to the mall. My mom's like, "Hey, we're going to the mall. Let's go." And I'm like, I don't feel good. I got a headache or something. She's like, "Okay, well, you can just stay home and watch TV." I think we'd just gotten cable or something. So as soon as they leave, man, I start, masturbating. What I've been told to do, like what through hand me down, the older boys would teach the younger boys in the neighborhoods how to do it.
Which is so weird to me, but
they wouldn't actually get their penises out. They would just verbally tell me, you take your penis out and you start rubbing it.
Such a weird thing.
You start rubbing it and it gets bigger. And then, all of a sudden, like this most unbelievable cool feeling, real cool feeling comes, and a bunch of stuff comes out.
Throws up.
So I start doing it. And Lummy, I have a party.
That's right.
I have my very first party. And I don't know what to do. I'm like, oh my God, what is this? Like, oh my Lord. What is this? So I went and got my mom's dish rag because I didn't know. And I wiped myself, cleaned myself all up with a dish rag. And then rather than to put it in the dirty clothes, I just folded it back up and put it back into the dish rag deal. Well, I can remember like it was nothing. The next night, my mom made spaghetti. And it was like my dad's favorite, like my mom's homemade spaghetti. It was a thing, My mom actually brought out the real plates for the spaghetti deal. Sometimes we'd eat off of paper plates, but when we had spaghetti, Doug Clem couldn't eat spaghetti from a paper plate. We had to get the real china out for that. So we're eating spaghetti, and it was kind of a mom's spaghetti night. We did it probably once every month or so, and it was kind of a big deal. It was spaghetti night. And my dad, some sauce, some spaghetti sauce or something, kind of got on the table or something. And my dad goes, "Bubba, go get me a dish rag so I can wipe this up." I'm like, okay. So remember back when your dad would just dispatch you out as a slave?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You literally go in.
I do it now.
Yeah, go get me some more ketchup. Go get me another drink. Kids are slaves. At least back in the day they were. So my dad goes, "Bubba, go get me a dish rag so I can wipe this up." So I bring the dish rag, but I bring him the one that I partied on.
Oh no.
And my dad took it, and he looked at it, and he said, "Will you get me another one? Just bring me another one." So he wiped up his mess with the other one. He put the other one down on the ground kind of by his foot. I'm thinking, oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. And you should see it, man. It looks like, there's Elmer's glue all over it. I can remember like it was nothing. It was it was an all green with like these little flowers dish rag, and you can see just
shiny stuff.
Yeah, looked like Hawaii. Hawaii. Somebody took Elmer's glue and
made Hawaii
Hawaii go across the top. So my mom goes to clean up everything, and my dad gives her the regular dish rag, and he walks me out to the garage with this dish rag, and he goes, "I know what this is, and I know what you did. This is not something that you don't use your mother's dish rags to clean that up. You do that kind of stuff in the shower."
Oh,
and I was just like, okay. And he goes, "Don't let me ever catch you doing that again. That's disgusting, using your mom's dish rag." Okay? All right. But I was,
That's actually pretty cool.
I mean, yeah.
I thought it was going to be a little different than that. He was actually pretty cool about it.
No, he was just like, because, my dad knows that, 14-year-old dudes that discover masturbation, we can't help it.
All right.
We can't help it. Seth, can you remember your first masturbation?
Yes, I don't want to talk about it.
You don't?
No.
Were you
Am
ashamed?
I the only guy that's transparent about his first masturbation?
No, I told my story to the man that was responsible for it.
What, some man masturbated
what?
you?
No, I watched the Jerry Springer Too Hot for TV video for the first time, and then I had Jerry Springer in the studio, and I was able to tell him
That's awesome.
that,
R.I.P. Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
The J.D. Vance deal.
TV, huh? I don't know if you want to play that parody.
Oh, I do. I want to play it next.
What's up, Lasse?
What's up, Blase? The one I am, my motherfucking Blase.
Kicks bits out now.
So in that video, was it the part where they were like in the kiddie pools? Naked? I'm trying to remember that.
Yeah.
Hi, hello, YouTuber. First.
Yeah, there was like a body painter.
That's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember that. It's been a while. I've read it a long time.
Lummy, is that Colton Short? Is that up? Or is that just a piece they sent to me?
That was just a piece he sent to you. They're working on getting the short.
Okay.
And then the full video will be up there too. It's about 5 or 6 minutes for the full video.
When?
Probably today sometime.
Okay.
What's up, Will? Welcome back.
Cool video will be around 2 or 3 o'clock today on YouTube.
What up, Chip?
France rail attacks. Your chicken salad there, Blossy.
Let's try to stay active on Twitter this weekend.
Sounds good.
So our numbers stay up.
I can't wait for Colton's video to go viral.
What's that?
Colton's video should go viral on Twitter.
You think if it's tagged right and we put it at the right places, it could. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't to go viral on Twitter. You just have to put it up.
Racist.
Well, I mean, we need. Yeah, we need it needs to be tagged right though.
What do you tag?
You know, racist
Racist Kim.
I mean, that's. I mean, but you don't need to tag anybody for that.
Racist Kim.
No, but the way you hashtag it and how you describe it has a lot to do with how it gets algorithmed and used in just the clickbait. The click needs to be attractive. You can't rely on people just to play it. It has to be something. It has to be clicky. Racist, old. I don't know. Iraqi gets verbally attacked.
Well, people don't click anything on Twitter. The video's embedded, so it's already playing by the time you see it.
Here we go.
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later, easy fix. Get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the BRN.
We'll have the Colton Iraqi American racially profiled in small Indiana town. I don't know how you guys label it or click it, but I think the title of the event has a lot to do with potentially how viral it could be, I think. So, I mean, we probably need to put it everywhere. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube Short, X. Did I say that? X?
X,
yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Colton's in Warsaw, Indiana, and gets absolutely just pummeled. Gets verbally pummeled by just the most racist, mean, white, old, Midwestern, old guy.
White supremacist. Dr. Dan did say that, he was assaulted, so.
Right. Now, isn't this a famous UFC guy?
I believe so.
Yeah. And this is unbelievable. So he's just out doing, if you're training for a fight, either you're a fighter or you're a UFC guy. They do a lot of running for cardio. It helps you get your legs, and it's usually not treadmill running. It's like running through parks and streets and in the country, and like that's as they're training for their match. They do a lot of outside running. This guy is just running through a park, and these kids are playing basketball, and the ball kind of goes astray, kind of towards where the guy's running. Wait, this is one of the most incredible shots I've ever seen in my entire life. And these guys, obviously, he must be like a local hero, Lummy, or something. These guys know who he is. So he's like, yeah, what's up? Thanks for the props. Look at this. Is that not remarkable?
It's pretty good. Wow.
That's Lummy. That's almost full court.
That's real, right?
That's real.
Okay.
I mean, Seth. I mean, Rhett. Has this been confirmed real? You're the internet guy. I think this is real, isn't it?
I'm not sure. This is the first time I've seen it.
I mean, I got to tell you, Rhett. I mean, Seth. There is no edits like where it breaks away to the ball going in the hoop. Like there is no edit from when he kicks the ball. There's no edits.
So hopefully it's not the Evan Longoria, line drive that he caught with his bare hands.
Yeah, but I mean. I mean that.
The way they're going crazy, it seems pretty legit.
Pretty cool if you ask me.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask Dan. Now that he's gone, obviously I blew it. But the world's first suicide pod is going to be available in Switzerland, and it's going to be so easy where you just hit the button that says "die." I want to die now.
Oh man.
You see, you lay in there, and an assisting dying group expects a portable suicide pod to be used for the first time in Switzerland, potentially within months, providing death without medical supervision, it said on Wednesday. The space-age looking capsule, first revealed in 2019, replaces the oxygen inside with nitrogen, causing death by hypoxia. It costs about $20 to you. So you go down there and you give them $20, be like, yeah, I'd like to kill myself today. Like, okay, you want booth 1? I'll take booth 2. Like the green machine. More, green. Like, we got a green one.
It's like a store you go into?
Yeah. It's like a tanning salon, but to kill yourself.
What?
The Last Resort organization said it saw no legal obstacle to use in Switzerland, where the law genuinely allows for assisted suicide if the person commits the lethal act themselves. Since we have people indeed queuing up asking to use Sarco, that's its name, it's very likely that it will take place soon. I guess the place is called the Last Resort. That's kind of appropriately lame, right?
I mean, I guess
hey, Lummy, where are you going to kill yourself?
The Last Resort.
Oh yeah, exactly.
They just have the Papa Roach song playing the whole time on loop.
Yeah, exactly. This is my last resort. And so it said, I cannot imagine a more beautiful way to die of breathing air without oxygen until falling eternally asleep, he added. And it says, so hold on, press this button to die. So once you get in there, they got this big red button, and since you are nobody's pushing that button for you, and you are manually pushing that button, then you are virtually, agreeing to kill yourself. The person climbs into the purple capsule, closes the lid, and is asked automated questions with who they are, where they are, if they know what happens when they press this button. So I'm sure it'd be like, welcome to Sparko. Do you realize that if you press the red button, you will die? By pressing the red button, you will no longer be alive, as we will replace the oxygen with nitrogen, and you will slowly fall asleep, being dead. Please realize that after you've pressed this red button, there's no turning back. You're going to die. It says, if you want to die, the voice does say, if you want to die, press this button. He explained that once the button is pressed, the amount of oxygen in the air plummets from 21% down to 0.05% in less than 30 seconds. Within two breaths of air of that low level of oxygen, they will start to feel disoriented, uncoordinated, and slightly euphoric before losing consciousness. That sounds great.
Sounds like BS. You're choking yourself, basically.
The Sarco monitors the oxygen level in the capsule, the person's heart rate, and the oxygen saturation in the blood. We'll be able to see quite quickly when the person has died. As for somebody changing their mind at the very last minute, once you press the button, there's no going back. I mean, first user. How can they have an interview with the first user? Right. Maybe it's just a more of an observation, right? First user. No decision has been made over the date and location. Oh, I'm saying so they're trying to determine as to when it first gets used, where they're going to do it.
Okay.
We really don't want a person to desire for a peaceful passing Switzerland to turn into a media circus. So, Lummy, they're saying they may not even really tell you when the first person uses it because there's going to be a bunch of people, a bunch of media and looky-loos wanting to know who used Sparko first. You know what I'm saying?
It's only $20.
Only $20 to kill yourself. Boy, I'm glad that's not available back in 2017, 2018 when I was at my lowest, Lummy.
You would have just...
I would have gone right down there with drive my smart car with my $20 bill.
Is that pod one size fits all?
You know what? You make an interesting point. I may not fit.
I think it would have been best for yeah.
Be like, Mr. Clem, I know you want to kill yourself, but we don't have one that you can fit into.
You got to pay triple for, and unfortunately you can't afford it. So
yeah,
you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, buddy.
Yeah.
Start climbing the skyway.
I don't think I'd jump off this. I
don't
think
the smart car would have made it.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily that we should get into the ins and outs as to how we would kill ourselves.
Yeah. No.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Well, you better think again. Stop asking me for the link in bio for my OnlyFans. I don't have an OnlyFans, and there will never be an OnlyFans. I just make funny jokes. That's all I do. And number 3, I'm tired of the imposters and all the fake accounts. I don't have any kind of social media just yet besides Snapchat. But when I have the rest of it, you guys will be the first to know when I launch it. And by the way, there's one more thing that's really pissing me off. Any of you selling or purchasing merchandise online, it's not from me. It's not approved by me. And
Oh my God.
I'm not making a damn dime off of any of it. But I just hired a manager and I hired an attorney, so we're coming for you.
Is that really her?
Mm-hmm.
She has an Instagram with 1 million followers.
That's not her, son.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
She just said.
For real.
You're following a fake Haktua.
I don't think it was me. I think it was. I don't want to blame anybody for following it.
Hulk Hogan follows it. He's a real Republican. Real American beer.
Oh, man.
Make sure you hit the button. Oh, God. I'm talking about text there, Cretan. Yeah, it's true, fan in Orlando.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Thuggish Ruggish. She's on full-on management.
She's got bodyguards too now.
Yeah. What's up, Mike? Man, I just want to fucking Gronk spike my phone.
Did they bring Gronk back for Fox? I know there was talks that they were going to get rid of him.
I haven't seen anything to the contrary.
I saw Pat McAfee just resigned with College Game Day.
Oh, okay.
People were wondering, because they were talking about even Gronk going to College Game Day.
Well, if McAfee left, Gronk would be great, but I don't think those two together. I think yeah. I mean, is Corso done or no?
He's gonna do I think this is his last year. I think he said he's gonna do certain games.
Okay.
I mean, he's pretty much a Joe Biden at this point.
Damn, thanks, Chip. You should check out some of our older ones. That was kind of like a brainstorming one if you listen to the newest one, but some good stuff on there. Thanks, Ryan. Glad you got your cards, man.
Yes, there's a. What's up, all Bulls, Your Honor? Mike Hatt. DJ Cook, I think they already did the train.
Hell yeah, Chip, enjoy. Just depends on how far back you go.
Did Bakhtiari ever sign with anybody?
No. I don't know. Probably the next couple weeks.
They said they're going to see. They probably get.
They're
He's waiting to see what teams maybe have an injury during.
Are they gonna get the Love deal done?
Supposedly it's supposed to be done by today.
Is that what they said?
Yeah.
Everybody will get their deals
He's
done.
going to make $60 million a year.
He's gonna what?
They said he might make up to $60 million a year. 5 years, $300 million.
Jesus Christ!
I don't know how fucking Green Bay can afford it.
I'm not sure, Mike.
So, let me.
Brent wants to stay.
Maybe go to Cap Space or whatever that cap thing that Brian uses and look up Brian and see if he can send me the Packers Cap Space, Willie.
All right.
Well, they're gonna structure it up.
Yeah, with probably a bunch
bonus
of
guaranteed and back end shit.
They're like a 26.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
BubbaArmyHQ.com, like they said, one-stop shopping. You can get the podcast there. You can just get anything you want. Former shows from SiriusXM days, some 98 Rock stuff, some Cox stuff, some Beasley stuff, all of this stuff. You want to, and within the Bubba Army HQ world, you got one hell of a search engine, so you can type in Hogan or Tucker or Joe Rogan or what strippers.
You want to make it even more detailed, Bubba? Put quotes around whatever you're looking for.
Oh, really?
It would even tighten it that much more.
Like if you wanted to do shock the Pez.
Yep.
Put quotes on the deal, and it even gets more intense.
Yes.
Perfect. Tigs and Bigs go up today as a podcast, and then the women or ladies of the BRN with Merch Crick, Maria Guatemala, Wizzy, and then I think Phoebes is calling in.
Yeah.
That's being taped today, and that'll go up Monday for a release. Hoping to hit our goal by Wednesday, which is the last day of the month. Seth, I think we can.
It's going to be tight, man.
That have not been.
The Hawk Tua chick wants you to know that if you've bought any merchandise or you've been to any other channel other than her, I don't know why she would pick Snapchat as her first. I think I would go Instagram first. If she's not on any form of social media, why would you pick Snapchat
Mike
first?
Thurman, $10, and I think this video is old.
Because they had the biggest check.
They do?
She came out July 2nd and said she has TikTok and Instagram.
Oh, but maybe Rhett made a good observation, and Snapchat's the first one that says, "Hey, we want you officially to be here first, so here's a check," right?
Well, it looks like, according to this article, it looks like right after, the only thing she did have at the time was Snapchat, and then she joined Instagram and TikTok and has over 1 million followers.
Right here lately. Number one, I have to convince my pawpaw not to shoot the paparazzi outside of our house every day because they've been camped out here for like 2 weeks.
If you're waiting for an OnlyFans page from the Hawk Tua girl, well, you better think again.
Stop asking me for the link in bio for my OnlyFans. I don't have an OnlyFans, and there will never be an OnlyFans.
And that just shows you how stupid you really are, because you should never outrule it, because you could literally, as cute as you are, just have a little bikini on, like washing a 69 Camaro Lummy, kind of like a... Just, her out washing a truck.
But it sounds like her dad's involved in her life, Bubba.
Yeah.
Ryan Harris, $50 super chat.
A girl wearing a bikini, if she was driving a tractor with some Daisy Dukes, some cowboy boots, and like a little halter top.
Kind of like Jessica Simpson and Dukes of Hazzard.
Exactly. And not even kicking it out wide and showing the garage doors, but just like literally. There's some girls on Twitter and Instagram that like are farm girls, and they just show them driving tractors, but they're hot. They do big numbers. So, I don't know why you've instantaneously, there's people making millions of dollars not taking off their clothes on OnlyFans.
I just make funny jokes. That's all I do. And
I don't think you make fun. I think you got lucky on one particular line that really resonated with America that made you a star. And you know what? You go, girl. Go get every dollar you can.
Number 3, I'm tired of the imposters and all the fake accounts. I don't have any kind of social media just yet besides Snapchat, but when I have the rest of it, you guys will be the first to know when I launch it. And by the way, there's one more thing that's really pissing me off.
You know what? Which just goes to show you, she's really good, spontaneous, but if she's got a script to read or something like that, she's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Any of you selling or purchasing merchandise online, it's not from me. It's not approved by me, and it's counterfeit, and I'm not making a damn dime off of any of it. But I just hired a manager, and I hired an attorney, so we're coming for you. 3 things that...
So there you go. There's the Hawk 2 deal. Lummy, we're going to end it with... well, first, I think we ought to probably play, was this Jean-Claude Van... like, whatever hell.
Yeah, Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Actually, she's a lesbian, and she's she's a Jamaican, or I don't know. The press secretary for Joe Biden that looks like kind of a red hair, black Raggedy Ann. Yeah. I got to tell you, I think she's kind of cute. I don't like some of the things that she says, but she's got a little cute. I've not seen the donkey. And I'm not really got a big, a gander on the jugs, but she's kind of cute.
She's got like a
lot of mystery there.
Little boobies.
Democrats on Capitol Hill are being handed this card with talking points about the vice president and the border. Do you know who's handing this out?
I have no idea. You probably should ask her campaign.
So the first one says Vice President Harris was never appointed border czar. There's never been such a position. It doesn't exist. Why are Democrats so sensitive about the vice president and the border?
Why are Republicans so sensitive about actually not owning up to them getting in the way of a border deal? Why? Why won't they own up to that? Why won't they own up to the last president told them not to move forward? It was a bipartisan deal just right there, available to them, and they voted twice against it. Why are they so sensitive to moving forward and actually dealing on an issue that
answer the question? We talked about Kamala being the border czar.
Majority of Americans care about is dealing with what's going on at the border.
Do you think that the border would be less of a talking point now if there was less migration to the border? Say, if somebody had addressed root causes of migration sooner.
Wait, hold on a second. Did you not hear the beginning of I know there were a lot of toppers, but one of the toppers I talked about what we're seeing at the border. It's down by 55%. Not because of Republicans in Congress and what they did. It's because of what this president and this vice president did. They saw.
Hold on. It's down 55% from 30 million. It's still quite large. Yeah. Let's talk about total number of immigrants that got let in while he was president. Let's not just talk about this last little 7-month run we got going on where you're trying to board it. Let's talk about the overall body of work.
Well, this is also the press secretary that has said multiple times inflation is down.
He moved forward and took actions to deal with what's going on at the border. Republicans continue to block.
You know how they do like a Donald Trump lied 26 times during the debate deal? They should do how many times Black Raggedy Ann lies.
Getting resources to the Border Patrol agents.
Or redirects. Lies or redirects or just simply boomerangs it right back at you.
They continue to block actually dealing with an immigration system. So
actually, she's got an unbelievable skill set. She can turn chicken salad into she can turn chicken shiz into chicken salad.
No, that's a horrible job.
We are going to
oh, yeah, I wouldn't wish this job upon my worst enemy.
Bunk.
You got the sharks just trying to shove it up your ass nonstop.
All
right, let me. So the reason why people are calling Kamala the former border czar is because this is the last thing that I cover for today. This isn't political, but it's factual. And it shows you the media, real life media, of how they identified Kamala prior when she was not the candidate, and now how they, I guess while she's the candidate, she cannot have ever been associated as being the border czar. That seems to be like oil and water now. Like nobody's saying, who cares she was the border czar? She's now the candidate. Candidate, border czar, what does it matter? What matters now is how she feels about particular issues and topics. Her being the border czar or not being the border czar doesn't mean nothing.
Quote unquote border czar. Vice President Harris was not a border czar.
Meantime, Vice President and border czar Kamala Harris facing some backlash.
What he said about Harris and immigration was not true. She was never appointed border czar.
And this will be her first visit to the U.S.-Mexico border region since she was...
Is that a fat Josh Rojas from Channel 9?
appointed as the border czar by President Biden.
People gonna have to counter the misinformation. You already hear folks talking about the border czar. She wasn't the border czar.
President Biden tapped Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, to be the border czar.
Now, she wasn't the border czar. That's what Republicans labeled her.
They were very critical of Kamala Harris, especially in her role as border czar.
Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record, calling her a border czar.
Kamala Harris, who was appointed as the border czar.
The Biden team didn't declare her the border czar. They wanted her to work on kind of the root causes of immigration.
There has been so much criticism against Kamala Harris. You know, she was the border czar.
Calling her sort of the border czar, which wasn't necessarily the case.
So the border, if they weren't planning to address it in a major way, do not make her your border czar. She met with some of the Northern Triangle countries, but nothing has effectively changed.
Yeah, so, like, let me just ask a question. Was she, at one time, recognized as the border czar?
The media covered her as the border czar. Yes, she was in charge of figuring out what was going on with immigration and just
I'd have more respect for somebody who says, "Who cares?"
I'd rather be called the border czar than Mike Thurman, $50 on Super Chat.
Thank you.
Then
Who
being
cares?
called to have sex with a couch cushion.
Yeah. Who cares? Who cares? The ladies of the BRN will be recorded today and dropped on Monday. And today's Tick Bits on the podcasting deal. Anywhere you get your podcasts. Spotify, iHeart, Google Play, iTunes, Apple Music. Type in Bubba Army and get the latest. Have a great weekend.
We'll have the weekly wrap-up show next.
Oh, yeah, the weekly wrap-up show starring a whole bunch of people. I think it's just you and Red, ain't it?
Yeah, Cole's on here.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lumet,
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repent.